welcome. Give people a minute to filter in. It's the NBA Finals week, Game 4, baby. I've got my private court here, private indoor. Give people a minute to get in if they want to get in to the chat. Clavicular got a nose job. People see that? Oh, you have a choice. You can either watch the NBA Finals or you can watch this. What would you rather? Who would you rather watch ball? It's just hard shooting this little ball because it's only that's the size of like a baseball or something, maybe a little bigger than that. It's hard to kind of get it like left. You try to shoot it like a regular basketball. Oh, oh. I used to love these things when I was a little kid. We had one of these in our room. Way the apartment we lived in. Shack. It was a shack. And it had like an inflatable. The ball was actually rubber. I mean, we fucking loved basketball. When I was like 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, ball was life. Not that I was ever any good at it. I was always pretty bad at basketball, but I like playing knockout. Knockout's my favorite basketball game. How's the sound, by the way? Is it working better today? See, it's hard to kind of get it from being a huge air ball. There we go. Swish, baby. Swish, baby, swish. The high ceilings and the hard floors in this apartment are actually pretty good. Here we go. That's right. We're balling here. It's the NBA Finals. I got my Spider-Man children's. I got this at Five Below. It was literally $5. Which I'm pretty sure that shack. Like I said, we had a shack little basketball hoop when I was like 9. That thing's probably more expensive than this. It's probably $15. So I had this at the open mic on Monday. Swish. Just for fun, just to do something fun for the fucking open micers that I pour my fucking heart into. Stupid fucking thing. David Muslimov I airballed practically every shot. Well, there was an overhang from the stage that was a little tricky to shoot past. David Muslimoff comes up to me after the open mic. He's like, You're pretty good. You're like pretty good at sports." I'm like, Jesus Christ, are you serious? You really mean that? Oh yeah. My arm's kind of sore from all this balling. From balling so freaking hard. How tall is that? That's probably what? 8 feet maybe? Ooh. 7.5 feet, 7 feet maybe. I mean, this is probably 6 feet somewhere in here. I mean, the last time I played real basketball, I played me and Huntley and Alex and Pinnacore played basketball. There used to be these hoops. I don't know if they're still there in Park Slope, right down the street from where we lived, sort of in Kiwanis, I guess is what we call it now. But I was so bad, it was unbelievable. I mean, these guys they were all so much better than me. It was kind of sad and pathetic. But, it's not like I ever had a fucking chance to play in the NBA or something like that anyway. So, I never really cultivated it as a fucking skill. Alright, that's enough. I'm tired. I'm already exhausted. Okay, well, still nobody watching. We'll get started anyway. It's the NBA Finals. Obviously, you guys are probably watching that instead. But I don't have TV, so I'm going to do 2 hours live watch along party here, everybody. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how much we were into sports when I was a kid. From the age like, I don't know, 7 to like, till middle school, 7th grade maybe. We were obsessed with baseball. We had this field because we lived in this apartment in Grandview, and there was this field right next to our apartment, the electric field, that was just totally empty. I guess American Electric Power had. It used to be like a grove or something, I guess. In some kind of history of Grandview Heights, we learned that like back in the day, it was like it kind of went down into like a little valley or hollow or something, and there were these woods there. I guess gypsies would sleep there in their cabins or whatever the hell they have. And in the 70s or something, there was right across the street from our house, there was American Electric Power Plant by the railroad tracks. We lived right down by the railroad tracks. And I guess in the 70s, American Electric Power like dumped a bunch of fucking spools and cables because that part of Granby was sort of like industrial, to be honest. That whole down the hill area had a bunch of warehouses, and we used to go explore that shit when we were little kids. Not little, but uh, elementary school, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, maybe. And I'm gonna tear my quad. Played with this little Spider-Man. Into the Spider-Verse child's basketball hoop. And we used to go back behind the electric power plant with David Evans. We'd go exploring. You know, that's what you used to do. When, I don't know what kids do now. That's probably illegal. Their parents probably don't let them. They're all on fucking iPads or whatever, using AI. But we used to go exploring. That's what we would do. We'd ride our bikes. Grandview had a lot of little, you know, kind of wood areas. So there was, you know, some. At that point, you didn't really worry about, I don't know, serial killers or anything that much. And so this electric field, that's what we called. We called it the electric field because they dumped all this like equipment into it, cables, and they filled it up with concrete. And I mean, there was grass on top of it, but like there would be little abrasions where there would be concrete sticking out, weird little patches of like, you know, just kind of refuse and. But it was probably, I don't know. Now it's like it's C. Ray Buck Park, which is like a real baseball field. But you know, this is just part of the way the world was less developed back then. Not every little fucking piece of. Now I haven't been back in a long time, but now Grandview, I guess, is like super built up and super expensive to live in. And but at the time, this field was just totally empty. Nobody even fucking used it for anything. So as kids, we used to play baseball there in the summertime. Jake, our friend Ricky, Brandon West, and then various. You know, we could never get that many kids. You know, we usually have 4 or 5 kids playing. Maybe Neil Alvarado, if we were lucky. He was actually good at sports. My brother, my brother was good at pitching. I don't even know what I was good at, but we love fucking playing baseball on the electric field. 93, 94, somewhere in that area, 92, 93, 94. That was like the year of the strike. The Cleveland Indians got good at baseball, and then of course the fucking league went on strike. So, you know, we played little league and shit. I was on the Phillies. I was on the A's. Jim Bull, Chip. I think Ian was on the A's. His dad, George, was like one of the coaches. I think the Phillies, we maybe won a championship. Me and my brother were on the Brewers together. You know, they were like sponsored by local businesses, some barber shop or whatever would sponsor your uniforms. Or I guess kids sports are now super expensive. All these like travel leagues and shit have all been taken over by like private equity or something. So it's like super expensive to like play kid sports on like an elite. Not that we did. We weren't like elite or anything. It was just like the local, uh, you know, whatever kids league. And then I think in 7th grade is when they switch over to like the school as a team, and that's when we stopped playing because it's like they make you do laps and shit. That's when we were like, "Fuck this! I'm out. I'm not running. I'm not. I hate that. I hate that." Oh, you didn't see it, but I just made it. Oh my god. Uh Believe it or not, I was like obsessed with sports when I was 7, 8, 9. I guess every kid is. It's part of being an American. Playing little league, playing baseball. I mean, do kids still do that? Baseball feels less like the national pastime. Now it's UFC, as we've seen. You know, they're gonna have UFC at the fucking Lincoln Memorial at the White House. So, but you know, those were different times. That was the 20th century. That was a different millennium. And You know, we love King Griffey Jr. Baseball for Super Nintendo was like I guess I liked video game sports as much as I liked actual sports. I mean, King Griffey Jr. Baseball was probably the greatest thing that ever happened to me when I was like in elementary school. I mean, I was obsessed with this fucking game. I don't know why. Because I remember playing with my uncle Pat, and I think he like whooped my ass, or maybe I whooped his ass. You know, there were hacks and shit. If you knew how to hack the game, you could fucking beat anybody. But Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball had this the greatest soundtrack ever. He's out. One year, because all of the teams they didn't have the license of like the MLB players or something, so all the players had fake names, even though they were clearly based on real people. You know, whatever the '93 MLB, and all the teams had like themes. Like one team would be all presidents, so it'd be like McKinley, whatever, you know, Ford, Nixon, Trump, not Trump, obviously, but so all the teams had different. But I remember I got this issue of Sports Illustrated that actually had all of the, you know, this was before the fucking internet really. So I got this issue of Sports Illustrated that actually had all of the rosters, and I probably one of the happiest times of my life. I was sick from school for like 2 weeks once, which just seemed like, oh my god, forever. You know, I didn't go to school, and I had a little TV, and I moved it into the living room onto the like coffee table. And so I was watching cable. You know, this was like right when we first got cable TV. MTV was actually good. Beavis and Butthead. We used to watch Beavis and Butthead every fucking night, like religiously. At 11 o'clock, we could not wait for Beavis and Butthead to come on. I lived for goddamn Beavis and Butthead. I remember I made this schedule in my diary when I was like 9 years old of like my daily routine. And it was just all of the fucking TV shows. It was like Nickelodeon, Doug. I love Doug. Doug was my favorite fucking show. So it'd be like, you know, whenever Doug was on noon, Doug, Rugrats, 2 o'clock, go outside, go to the pool, go to play baseball. 11 p.m. was Beavis and Butthead time, sponsored by Barks Root Beer. And God, it had so many commercials. We used to tape it. I used to like tape every fucking episode of Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead were like my icons. They were my role models. They were my heroes. I mean, we just loved fucking Beavis and Butthead. 1994. It was a good year. I mean, honestly, 1994, I feel like was probably one of the best years that I was alive. The music, the movies. It was before everything in this country just went to shit. Things started to get bad in like 97. 97, 98 was where the worm kind of started to turn on America. The culture started. As soon as Puff Daddy showed up on the MTV Video Music Awards, it was over. America was like culturally over. That's when like all of the bad music came in, rap, metal, everything after 1998 basically just sucked. But I remember seeing the fucking Rolling Stones were on the MTV Video Music Awards when Voodoo Lounge came out. It was like, holy shit, you know, the Rolling Stones were still kind of young. I mean, of course, everybody thought they were dinosaurs, but you know, '94 was like I think Kurt Cobain was still alive. You know, it's one of the best years for movies ever. Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, Shawshank Redemption. There were tons of movies that came out in 1994 that were like amazing, classic. But Hollywood and sort of popular, you know, popular culture was still good at that point. It wasn't just like slop like it basically has been. That's one of the things that just frustrates me so much is just people like accept the garbage that we're fed. You know, all of the bad music, all of the bad movies, the bad TV. I mean, Nickelodeon at that time was pretty creative. Klasky Supo or whatever. You know, the animation was interesting. Things like Ren and Stimpy. I mean, I remember when fucking Ren and Stimpy came out. It was like artistic. You know, it was not really a kid show in a lot of ways. It was sort of disgusting. There were things about it that were sort of like uh scatological. I mean, it wasn't over the top with that, but it was intelligent, it was artistic. Everything after 1998, all these Disney Channel shows that people grew up watching, it's like it's all garbage. All of this fucking like Hannah Montana shit. I'm sorry, but that shit sucks. All that. Remember, I'm sorry, I tweeted this the other day, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I do not like Keenan. Keenan has been on Saturday Night Live for 25 fucking years. I do not find the guy funny. He's okay. I don't really like dislike the guy, but it's just like he kind of is like he just has this kind of like affable presence, and you can tell he's like with it. But I just don't think he's act like Tracy Morgan is funny. You know, like Keenan, even on all, I hated all that. That was a Dan Schneider thing. Even as a kid, I knew that show was like off somehow. And look at what happened to fucking Amanda Bynes. You know, like this Disney machine just created all these stars that we're still dealing with. Fucking Selena Gomez. I mean, isn't even Olivia Rodrigo's like a Disney fucking product? And it's just a big child pedo ring. It's just a weird Zionist child pedo. Nickelodeon was not like that. Nickelodeon was like a bunch of art school animators and shit that really had ideas. Something happened in 96, 97, 98 that it stopped being about having good ideas. And it started just being about, you know what, we're going to force whatever we want down the throats of the American consumers. And like, they're going to love it because they don't have any fucking critical thinking skills or discerning taste or anything. They'll just accept whatever we give. You know, we don't even have to try to make something interesting. We're not even going to try to find interesting stuff. You know, like has there been anything like Ren and Stimpy? I never watched SpongeBob. People have so much fucking nostalgia for goddamn SpongeBob, and maybe it's good. I'm just a hater. You know, anybody who watches my fucking stream knows that. So I'm waxing nostalgic. I guess this is just childhood. Everybody thinks the shit that when they were 9 years old was the best shit, I guess, but it was true for me. The 80s were not bad. You know, the 80s had this kind of warm analog. Everything was like a fucking cartridge, plastic, wood paneling everywhere. But then the early night things like Woodstock 94, you know, Green Day Dookie, the Blue Album came out in 1994. I mean, Woodstock 94, all you need to see is like the difference between Woodstock in 94 and Woodstock 99 and see like something fucking changed and it was not good. Whatever the fuck happened between Woodstock 94 and Woodstock 99, our society just like quickly went down the fucking tubes. I blame Newt Gingrich. But like Woodstock 94 was actually kind of, I don't know, the early 90s were sort of like a rehash of the 60s in a lot of ways. Things like Blind Melon. There was actually exciting rock and roll bands, Smashing Pumpkins, you know, like there was evolution happening within rock music, pop music. Mariah Carey was incredible. Boys to Men were incredible. Bone Thugs and Harmony, Doggy Style. I mean, we used to listen to fucking Doggy Style like it was our fucking job. We're 9 years old. We're listening to fucking. If Corrupt gave a fuck about a bitch, he'd always be broke. He'd never have no motherfucking Indo to smoke. It was totally misogynistic, like gangster rap. We loved that shit when we were 9 years old. We were playing NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat, ripping people's heads off like fatalities that you had to learn from like a fucking strategy guide. I mean, Mortal Kombat 2, Jesus Christ, we played the fuck out of that game. There was nothing to do. You know, that was the it was a better world. Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. My brother and I would sell golf balls and lemonade because we lived at this place Channing Way, which was like a apartment complex on this golf course in Reynoldsburg. And so we could walk right out into the night tee and we'd sell golf balls and lemonade. And we saved up our fucking pennies and our nickels and our dimes and we'd go to the fucking game store, we bought Street Fighter 2 Turbo when it came out. And Mortal Kombat, I mean, Jesus Christ. I don't think it fucked us up or anything, but that game was like incredibly violent. Uppercutting people into the pit. Kano, I like Kano, ripping people's fucking spines out. There was blood, all the game had all this fucking blood. I mean, at that time it was like uh not that photorealistic. So you could have like extremely graphic violence in a video game. I mean, it wasn't all. I liked Sim City. I liked Super Mario World. It wasn't all violence. Pretty normal American childhood, really. Beavis and Butthead, baseball, basketball. I mean, the NBA in that era was like as hot as it probably will ever get. Jordan, the Dream Team. That was sort of like Dream Team era. Uh, but Woodstock '94, it was like all of these different acts sort of came together. It didn't feel like it clashed. Nine Inch Nails could play, Green Day. We watched it fucking live. I think it was on MTV. MTV News with fucking Sabrina Altschut, uh, Daisy Fuentes, Kennedy, Kurt Loder. We watched all of that shit. Like it was MTV was fucking exciting. It was like that's where the culture was. Watching Madonna at the fucking Video Music Awards, getting interviewed by Kurt Loder, walking out to present with David Letterman or something. We saw all that shit live. That was before we really didn't get the internet until probably 95, 96, I guess. My mom moved out of this apartment. My dad moved in. When my mom moved out, we sort of stopped playing. We started playing golf. We stopped playing baseball. We stopped. I mean, basketball was always like this weird because you get together with all the neighborhood kids, right? And if you were lucky, you could get 8 or 9 or 10 kids. But it was a more kind of, I don't know, confrontational. You'd be playing with these kids that were sort of bullies or little kids are like psychopaths. They're all like violent. They're all like in your face. There was this kid Pat who was really good at climbing trees. He'd like climb on the top of our fucking apartment building. And one day, this kid Ricky, I forget what happened. He got into a fight with this kid Nathan, and he came out with a butcher knife or like one of those fucking stabby, and he like chased this kid around the field with like his fucking knife. No one was hurt, but that was the era we lived in. It was just kids being kids, boys being boys. Ricky was black. He was from Toledo. And he was fucking hilarious, man. He was like still probably one of the funniest people I've ever met. And we'd be playing NBA Jam, listening to Doggy Style, and all of a sudden Ricky would have like his dick out. He'd be like, it wasn't weird. It was kind of, it was just weird. It was silly, you know. I don't know. When you're little kids, you crazy shit. But we survived. We explored. We went out in the woods. We built forts. We made up, games and little rituals and shit. I hope kids today are still doing that. But yeah, Woodstock '94 was like more of a village kind of feel. It still felt like a hippie thing. It didn't. I mean, I'm sure it was corporate and sponsored by Pepsi and all this shit, but Woodstock '99 was a whole different beast. By that point, we were in middle school. We all know what a nightmare that is. They seem to want to make the middle school experience like as painful and awkward as possible for kids in this country. It's already like an awkward time because you're going through puberty and shit. You're trying to figure out how to talk to girls or whatever. And they just ratchet up the fucking awkwardness as much as possible. Something went gravely wrong with America between Woodstock 94 and Woodstock 99. And it's basically sucked ever since. It's just been going downhill. The Obama years weren't bad. They were a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of a throwback, but everything else has been just kind of like a descent into shitification and just the decay of our society. I remember my mom had this Oldsmobile, this giant fucking car from like the 70s. It was kind of like a oolong color. It was like orange, kind of brown. It was like tan, sort of. And it had like leather. I mean, this car was a big bomber. It was this huge fucking car. And we drive to Cedar Point. It was like a Tarantino movie. And then, something changed where it became no longer about like good ideas, or obviously analog culture kind of faded away. At that point you still had to have tapes and CDs and shit. So we had Green Day. I remember for I think my eighth or ninth Christmas, my mom got me a CD player. I wanted like a kind of a stereo thing. It had tape deck, it had CD changer, a radio. That's what because we were so into music. We wanted, we had to have something to play our fucking compact discs and our Weird Al tapes and shit. The first concert I ever went to was Weird Al. I looked it up on Google the other day. It was 1994 at the Ohio State Fair. He came out in a fat suit, looking like fat white Michael Jackson. Or I'm sorry, fat Michael Jackson. And I guess I would have been in third grade. We loved Weird Al. Weird Al was probably the first musician I ever had like tapes. We had like every fucking Weird Al out. We had Weird Al in 3D. That was one of the first tapes I ever had. Nature Trail to Hell. We had all of the fucking Weird Al, like 80s albums. The Food album. We had whatever the one with like I Love Rocky Road. We had like the early Weird Al. I mean, Weird Al has been good the whole way through. He's one of the few, he's kind of the perfect American artist, right? Because all he does is fucking parodies. Uh, Send ups. Dr. Demento died, I think, recently. We were really into UHF. I mean, we just fucking worshipped Weird Al when we were like 7, 8, 9 years old. Hey, Ricky, you're so fine. You're so. They had this tape at the library that can. I think it was called The Complete Weird Al or something. Legend. That's right. The lowest form of conversation. Remember when? Of course, it was better. Uh, and then, yeah, MTV changed. As soon as TRL came on, Britney, NSYNC, when all that shit came on, something had changed. I mean, Billy Corgan, right? Maybe people have seen this. He had this thing where, like, the culture decided to, like, stop platforming rock music or something. It's a conspiracy. The corporations or somebody decided that they were no longer going to, like, promote rock music. They were going to kind of put it. I don't really know that I believe that. I mean, hip hop did become like more like the central kind of like guide of like the mainstream culture and what people like kind of copped from. It became like what people's idea of cool was, the way they talk, the way they dress. Rock, it became this more like hard, it sort of incorporated metal stuff, post Nirvana bands. I mean, Nirvana is good. I think they're highly overrated. I do think they're good and maybe even great, but all of the bands that imitate Nirvana like are just a scourge on music. All of this like new metal shit. And so music, after the late 90s, especially rock music, just became like this sludgy, slow, everything became distortion. Look at this photograph. All that shit sucked. Thanks, Kurt Cobain. You blew your head off. You didn't have to listen to fucking Stained. You just left us here with all these shit bands. You never had to listen to fucking Nickelback. You son of a bitch. You look what you created. Then you just pieced out on us. I mean, Kurt Cobain could probably see what was going to happen. Was he in the 27 Club? Kurt Cobain saw the writing on the wall, so he painted his brains all over it. Or maybe Courtney Love killed him. That's a possibility. I mean, I just don't like Nirvana. Like the dudes were in a band. They wanted to be rock stars, and then the guy becomes like the biggest rock star on the planet, and he like hates it. It's like, well, sorry, dude, but like, what the fuck did you expect to happen? Like, you're in a band. Like, the best case scenario is you're going to become like the greatest rock star alive. I'm so glad I've started to see people on Twitter and shit start to like. I don't dislike Nirvana. They're like Rush or something like that to me. It's like I don't dislike their music. I like a lot of their songs actually, and they have a very unique sound. There's no question that they're like a really interesting, good band. But like the glaze is like gross. They're not that fucking good. All these fucking losers walking around in Nirvana shirts from Target. It's like Nirvana was over 30 fucking years ago. The guy has literally been dead for over 30 years. Like, nothing has happened since. Like, nothing culturally has happened since. Like, they're not that good. You know, they're good. They're definitely better than Weezer. Although Weezer are great too. But are they on the level of like any of the fucking bands from the 60s? Like, they definitely don't have the range. Look at all of the fucking types of shit the Beatles did, or any of these bands. The Kinks, the Who has an incredibly interesting sound that's unique. Zeppelin, of course, the Rolling Stones. Like in the context of that, Nirvana's sound is maybe a little more idiosyncratic, and like their chord progressions and stuff are pretty interesting, but they're also like they've always felt like they've had a negative sound to me. There's something like depressing about Nirvana. They're not like a happy band. They're like a band for a country that is like clinically depressed, suicidal, and like they're not like a bright energy. They're like a sad they're heroin. I heard somebody call Nirvana heroin punk. Grunge music is heroin punk. That sounds about right to me. And all of the bands after Nirvana are just like downhill from that. Like they're really fucked up. I mean, how many songs? It's like WWF rock. It's like I'm so fucked in the head. I'm fucking disturbed. I'm going fucking crazy. I'm gonna explode. Like this is music that you listen to when you're going to Iraq or something, or coming back from Iraq. It's not like Martha My Dear or something. It's not like this jaunty, happy Baroque pop. It's like suicidal, minor scale pentatonic shit. And it's post metal. Metal really was like infused a lot of new scales and shit. It kind of brought like classical guitar stuff, more kind of like medieval sounding shit. Most rock and roll before metal was like either blues based or like major scale. It wasn't like these weird Mixolydian or whatever the fuck. Just people that practice fucking scales all day. And that music has kind of a more satanic. It has a darker sound. Those scales get into these kind of like, I guess maybe you call it duende, but it's like that flattened fifth is like the Satan chord. It's the demonic interval. Most metal music kind of is coming from that. I guess that's like post Black Sabbath. 70s had a lot of hard rock, but in the 80s and 90s, it just went to a whole other fucking complexity of wanky kind of like musicianship. I could give a fuck. It's like write a good melody, have some nice harmonies. Like, I want music that's like soothing. I don't want music that's like a reflection of like my inner turmoil or something. Which seems, I mean, something fucking happened in this country to poison the fucking mental health. That being said, though, when I was like 8 or 9 years old during this period, I used to listen to 99.7 The Blitz like religiously, which was the hard rock station in Columbus, because I just wanted to play an AC/DC song. I fucking loved AC/DC. Big Gun from the Last Action Hero soundtrack. I had the Last Action Hero soundtrack on tape. I don't remember any of the fucking songs on it, but Big Gun. Now, 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 now. That shit still kicks ass. And then everything kind of nosedives after like 97. And I don't think it was just because I was 12 years old. Like something fucking changed. The music became more full of despair, full of cognitive insanity. Dark. Became more dark. And then after Bush and 9/11, it's just like, forget about it. The culture kind of went two different ways. Even shit that's like good, I don't really like. The Killers or fucking hipster music. Most of it sucked. That's why I listened to shit from the 60s. When I was in like seventh, eighth grade, that's when I discovered the Beatles, seventh, eighth, ninth grade. And once you discover the Beatles, you become like the most annoying person on the planet. Because all you do is like listen to the Beatles and learn the Beatles songs. And just like, you just become like obsessed. And I used to listen to Sgt. Pepper's every fucking day. Literally every single day. It was like a thing that I did. Once a day, I would listen to Sgt. Pepper. Because at that time, it was still kind of universally acknowledged as the greatest album ever made. Which, there's been a lot of revisionist history over the last 25 years because, I mean, people don't really understand the context of what it did. Is it, song for song wise, is Sgt. Pepper's like the most infectious Beatle album? Like, no. Like, most of the songs on Sgt. Pepper's are sort of not as remarkable as, some of their other albums. But people don't really understand because they take for granted all of the technological innovations that it pioneered. That album, if you listen to Revolver and you listen to Sgt. Pepper, it's like the difference between a black and white movie and a color movie. It's like The Wizard of Oz. Everything before Sgt. Pepper is sort of black and white. The recordings are not that they're not great. They're absolutely great in their own way. But Sgt. Pepper is like, I think it's when they started using 4-track. And it's psychedelic. And there's so much color and flavor and juice in those songs that like Revolver doesn't, now it's like Revolver, the thing that I'm seeing now is everybody's favorite Beatle album, or like the album that people think is the greatest Beatle album, is Abbey Road, which I can understand that because, well, it's partly because George Harrison is everybody's favorite Beatle now, the Hare Krishna cokehead, um, who hated rap music. Uh, but I mean, Abbey Road was the last album they recorded, so it's the most modern sounding. It's got Moog synthesizers on it. It has a more kind of full dynamic range. It sounds more like an album from the '70s. You know, you can listen to Abbey Road next to Pink Floyd and things like that, and it's to the modern ear, which is trained in these extremely produced, kind of like fleshed out recordings. Yeah, like okay, Abbey Road is like the most kind of like sonically full Beatles album. But like, is it the best? Like, no one was saying that in the '90s. You know, nobody was like, yeah, Abbey Road, best Beatles album. I didn't even know what fucking Revolver was, to be honest, until probably like 1998 or '99. You know, it's like Revolver doesn't really have like hits on it to some degree. I mean, it's got Eleanor Rigby, and now, and so it's the best Beatle album for most people now is either Revolver or Abbey Road. Sergeant Pepper isn't even in the fucking conversation anymore. And this is just a frustrating thing that I have in general with like the younger generation, is like they're not really uh they're evaluating things based on kind of a base level of like the way that how many fucking people in the comments of like any kind of Beatles post, they all fucking talk about how like George Harrison had the best solo career, which is based largely probably on All Things Must Pass. And I think millennials are just reactionary. We're reactionary against like the previous generation. And so like, but also like we have a sympathy for sort of like people that are the underdog, people that are picked on. Millennials kind of overcompensate. Then that's like what wokeness is all about. It's like anybody that was bullied, or anybody who was like a ginger or fat or whatever, gay. It's like we have to overcompensate to like go out of our way to like appreciate them or like them. And so George Harrison is kind of like that, where it's like, oh, John Lennon beat his wife. Fuck him. He's a piece of shit. And the Beatles were like mean to him. The Beatles were mean to George Harrison. They didn't really listen to him. He was sort of like Lennon and McCartney were these egomaniacs. If you watch Get Back or whatever, right? It's like George is playing fucking all these songs that are on All Things Must Pass, and like the other Beatles are just like, fuck that, we're gonna do Maxwell's Silver Hammer. Fuck that piece of shit you're working on, George. Something. Fuck that. We gotta track, and I Dig a Pony or whatever. We gotta play this fucking song 1,000 times. We'll get to All Things Must Pass later. And it's like, they probably should have, especially because they were at a creative impasse. The Beatles probably should have been like, you know what? Let's let George fucking take the lead. But like the idea, okay, like on Spotify, the most streamed Beatles song is like "Here Comes the Sun," and like a lot of people think "Something" is like the best Beatles song. It's like, okay, nothing against those songs. Like obviously they're great, but like the idea that "Here Comes the Sun" is the most streamed Beatles song is like, it's just an indication how stupid young people are. Like, is that song anywhere near their top 10 songs? Like, fuck no. Look at something like Hey Jude versus something like Here Comes the Sun. Like Here Comes the Sun, like probably does sound more modern. It sounds more like fucking Tame Impala or something, because there's all these fucking Moog synthesizers on it and shit. But you're never going to convince me that's a top 10 Beatles song. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. And to be honest, I think the Something Glaze is a little bit over the top too. Like, not that Something isn't like an incredible song, but like, is it? I don't even think it's a top 10 Beatles song, to be honest. Maybe it's the best song on Abbey Road, but I think there's a lot of people just sort of take for granted and they're kind of like spoiled or something. Like, the idea that John Lennon is like this violent monster is so fucking disrespectful to this guy who's like a giant. You know, he's one of the great artists of like the 20th century, if not all fucking time. And like, has anybody gone out of their way to do more to like promote peace and love? And like, his recordings are very tender. Like, okay, I get it. Like, he was a little bit abusive to his wife. that was that was not that unusual back then. And like, I get it. That's not good. I'm not like, apologizing for that or trying to justify that or anything, but like, it makes me sick the way that people just shit all over John Lennon and like act like he's like just some fucking. I mean, okay, was his solo career like he made some kind of bad albums. The rock and roll, anything he did with Phil Spector is not great. The rock and roll album is kind of a piece of shit. Even the song Imagine, they did like a top whatever songs ever made. I think Imagine was number one 25 years ago. Now it's like people don't even like this song. You don't even hear it anywhere. It's like a fucking jingle. The way that it's sort of like respected. And it's like, that's absurd to me. George Harrison, I'm sorry, but like something like Across the Universe, George Harrison doesn't have anything on that level, if you ask me. Something like All Things Must Pass, or is his sort of attempt to do that, maybe. And not that it's not great. I'll take Across the Universe any fucking day of the week. But it's like this music has become so ubiquitous and it was just so like hammered into our fucking heads that it's just like it's sort of lost all its flavor or something. It's like you build up a tolerance to it. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe fucking John Lennon didn't have the greatest solo career, but like he had spent 10 fucking years making the goddamn Beatle albums, which are like pretty much universally respected as like the best fucking music ever made by rock musicians. It's like after the Beatles broke up, the sense of accomplishment these guys must have had was like, we did it. We spent 10 years of our lives busting our fucking asses, inventing basically modern recording techniques, multi-track recording, fucking tape loops. I mean, how much shit did the Beatles pioneer? Just because he didn't put out a fucking triple album of a bunch of fucking Hare Krishna music. And like, don't get me wrong, like George Harrison is phenomenal. Cloud Nine, phenomenal. I like Crackerbock Palace. But John Lennon also got shot. And another thing that is kind of nuts is like how much people shit on McCartney's solo career for most of my life. When I was younger, most of the discourse about McCartney was like, Wings fucking suck. All of McCartney's music is kind of like granny songs or whatever you want to call it, silly love songs. And it's just like, well, yeah, okay, maybe it's not as good as the fucking Beatles songs were, but like, I'm glad that McCartney is having sort of like a revisionist moment where like now people acknowledge like Wings has got a lot of fucking great songs. I'm sorry, but like McCartney has a lot of banger ass fucking songs that people just sort of like took for granted because he tried to start a new band with his wife, and people just like were kind of merciless. especially like critics and stuff. You know, there was some sense that just like McCartney sucked or something. He was kind of corny. He lost it. And it's like they weren't really fair, I don't think. They weren't really listening. Things like Ram, even the McCartney solo albums, right, are sort of having a revisionist moment where people are sort of reevaluating things like Temporary Secretary coming up. Like, to be honest, like how many fucking solo songs does George Harrison have that are like really that great? What is it? My Sweet Lord, which is a ripoff of you know, He's So Fine, the Chiffons. It's literally completely ripped off. And then like there's some other like don't get me wrong, All Things Must Pass. First of all, it's really a double album. The third album is like this jam thing with like Apple Scruffs. It's like nobody wants to listen to that shit. It's really a double album. It's not a triple album. And it's like he had a lot of shit built up. The songs the Beatles chose to record for Let It Be, like I Need Mine or For You Blue or The Inner Light or whatever, Old Brown Shoe, they're okay. But like the fact that he had shit laying around, like, you know, All Things Must Pass or what the fuck even else is on that album? I don't even remember. Behind That Locked Door, maybe, is If Not For You on that. That's a co-write with Bob Dylan. And like, yeah, like George does seem like maybe like the most well-adjusted or something. I think in some ways that's just like his image. You know, people just like feel sorry for him because he's like the youngest and he got picked on and shit. And like I said, I like the Jeff Lynne albums too. I like Cloud Nine. I like All Those Years Ago. I mean, I remember Got My Mind Set on You from when I was a kid. I love that song. But George made some fucking stinkers too. You know, some of his other solo albums were not that great. And so I don't know. It's just frustrating to me because, you know, the idea that you're going to disrespect Lennon and McCartney and just like take for granted that like these, you know, it's easy to look at the Beatles songs and be like, oh, they're not, you know, they're not that great, or just like they've always been there or something, because they are literally just like such a part of the vocabulary and the fucking atmosphere of like popular culture. That's easy to be like, yeah, this shit sucks. But you're nuts. I'm sorry, you're just fucking insane. Like, no one has ever made music that uh impactful. You know, it's like most of the Beatles songs are fucking bangers. No band has ever even come close. And it's crazy how many fucking songs they wrote. How many classic fucking songs they wrote. It's like, how the fuck is McCartney writing Martha My Dear and fucking Hey Jude and fucking, you know, all of this shit in like the span of like a year or something? And then he's got other shit they didn't record. Junk. There's a song called Suicide, which he wrote for Frank Sinatra, which is incredible. These guys were just like fucking machines. And, you know, okay, John Lennon was a violent guy in some ways, but I also think that I don't know, that's just like some story that sort of got away from people. He's not around to defend himself. You know, from what I understand, John Lennon was a pretty gentle person in a lot of ways, a pretty generous person. He could be a fucking prick, I've heard too, but you know, the guy has made some of the most gentle, tender music that anyone has ever fucking recorded. Some of the most loving music. And the Beatles' message and their propaganda is all about love. Every fucking song, practically, that they wrote is like an anthem of like love and peace. I mean, John Lennon wrote a fucking song, literally, Give Peace a Chance, right? He was militant about peace. So he recognized, I think, the error of his ways and he tried to atone for it in his own way. And it really is just a shame how people kind of neglect his legacy and he's sort of overshadowed by fucking Here Comes the Sun and shit like that. You're never going to convince me Here Comes the Sun is a better song than Across the Universe or I Am the Walrus or fucking Sexy Sadie or the list goes on and on and on and on. I mean, these guys literally had so many fucking A Day in the Life. I mean, come on. A Day in the Life is the best fucking song they probably made. You know, there's probably a dozen songs that are contenders for like the most powerful Beatles song. Could they have been nicer to George? Like, yeah, but you know, the thing is, if John Lennon did not have that attitude of just like he was the one that was able to break it open. Those other guys, they may have been famous, they may have even been like successful musicians, but like John Lennon was the one that sort of cracked it all open. He was the one that was brave enough. You know, McCartney really, I don't think, would have been as singular of an artist or like as much of a kind of he wouldn't have been as interesting of an artist without John Lennon. I don't think in no way. A lot of what McCartney, those other guys were copying John Lennon in a lot of ways. They were inspired by him. And I'm sure it was a two-way street, but John Lennon was the leader. And he just sort of gets a bad fucking rap, I think. And it's, you know, it's all, I also just think it's something that like humanity takes for granted. And, you know, the John Lennon kind of Imagine myth is not as powerful as it was 20, 25 years ago because people just think he's a wife beater. And I don't even think he beat his wife that much. Not to I don't think he ever beat Yoko. I think he hit Cynthia maybe like on occasion, a handful of times, maybe. Like I said, not that that's good. It's bad, but it's like, you know, it's just more fucking woke PC virtue signaling bullshit. Where it's like, oh, this guy, you know, and fucking, I don't think George Harrison cheated on his wives like a lot. He was probably no fucking saint either. But people act like he is sort of infallible or something in a way that's just like it's just like public perception. You know, it's those things I guess do change. That is history. You know, the story itself kind of morphs as time goes on. Each generation kind of reevaluates and retells the story. But I also think that's like a kind of dysmorphia. You know, like the idea that Sergeant Pepper's like, okay, does it stand up? You know, this is something like artistically, people are like, does this hold up? Does this not hold up? You know, like Sergeant Pepper's for the time was like a tremendous leap forward sonically and was a revolutionary piece of art. And now people just look at it like it's worse than Magical Mystery Tour. It's worse than, you know, it's not. And it's like, okay, I get like the songs are a little more idiosyncratic. It's more like a Lewis Carroll, you know, it's more like a surrealistic poem. Things like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Good Morning, Good Morning. You know, are these, you know, even things like Fixing a Hole, When I'm 64, are these like the most archetypal, like iconic songs the Beatles wrote? Like, not necessarily. They're more like poems in some, you know, like anthology about like D.H. Lawrence or something. You know, they're more specific kind of subject matter. They're not universal in the same way. They're a little bit more quirky or colorful or eccentric. And so they're like I said, they're not these big anthems, you know, like fucking Hey Jude or let it be, classic songs. Like Sergeant Pepper's is sort of them taking songs that are more like a coloring book. They're more like these individualized specific stories and kind of maximizing, the sonic paintings. Sergeant Pepper, something like Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. Like, is that as universal as like I want to hold your hand? Like, no, it's not a single. It's more like this, you know, deep cut poem or something. And it's a sonic painting. I mean, I will say that like a lot of the things that the Beatles get credit for, like they didn't really do. Like George Martin he plays on a lot of those recordings for one thing. And something like Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite, I think Lennon went in with it and was just like, I want to hear the sawdust and shit of like a circus. And then it's up to George Martin to figure out how the fuck to do that. It wasn't really like with Brian Wilson, where like he's coming in with all the fucking ideas and telling everybody what to do. George Martin was really like a fixer upper, or like he was the one that was really making it all work. But uh not that that takes away anything, but it's just a little different. He's adding touches to like if you listen to the album Help, somebody was saying how there's all this ticky tacky piano on it, which like George Martin I think added to it. Which like, does it need it? Did it kind of it gives it it sounds a little dated maybe, like Sergeant Pepper's. Kind of maybe it sounds dated. If you put it up against, I don't know, fucking Billie Eilish or something, like, yeah, I guess, it probably does sound dated. It doesn't sound like it was recorded like last fucking year. You can kind of hear you know, the technology that they were limited by, like an old movie or something. But I don't think that makes it any less significant of a work of art. It's like I was looking at I haven't been to see the Duchamp exhibit at MoMA. MoMA is doing like this big Duchamp retrospective or whatever. And if you look at like the materials that Duchamp used, or even like Warhol, it's the same thing. Like, does a fucking Warhol silk screen look like it was made by fucking AI or something? Like, no, it looks like it's from like 1970. And Duchamp, kind of the same thing. It's like, does it look like it's from you know, from yesterday? Like, no, it looks like it's from 100 fucking years ago. But does that make it like less powerful, like, or significant? Like, I don't think so. I mean, something like A Day in the Life. I think if it doesn't sound modern, it's because modern music has turned some other way that like sucks. Music has become like overproduced. Whereas like something like A Day in the Life is a perfectly valid recording. There's nothing about it that really sounds like old fashioned, but it doesn't sound like EDM or something. Whereas Tomorrow Never Knows, a lot of people point at Tomorrow Never Knows and they're like, oh, it sort of sounds like, you know, like break beats from like the, 90s or something. It could be Fatboy Slim or something. And like, okay, I can understand why modern audience might appreciate that, but is Tomorrow Never Knows a better song than A Day in the Life? Like, I don't think so. A Day in the Life is a master. Not that Never Knows isn't, but to me, like, I don't know. A Day in the Life it's richer, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I guess they do different things. Uh so I don't know. It's just one of those things that pisses me off about younger generations, is like they're sort of reevaluating stuff based on, like I said, it's reactionary. Well, we don't like John Lennon because he beat his wife and he's been dead for 40 plus fucking years. So it's like he's not around to defend himself or anything. And it's like, who gives a fuck what they acted like in their personal lives? You know, it's like that doesn't. I mean, he's not Louis C.K. He's not Trump. I read this bio. My parents had it when I was a kid. This guy, I think his name is Albert Goldman. He wrote a bio of Elvis. He wrote a bio of John Lennon. I think he wrote some other ones. But he's sort of famous because his biographies were like these hatchet jobs where he just like said the worst shit about these people. So this bio of John Lennon, I remember reading it when I was like, 12, 13, 14, 15, something. And it just paints him like he's just a total asshole. Talks about how he almost beats this guy to death with a shovel because he said he was gay. John Lennon supposedly maybe had an affair with Brian Epstein. That this is something the book talks about. They went on some holiday to Spain together. And so John Lennon maybe had sex with Brian Epstein. People don't really know. Some radio DJ in England accused him of doing gay stuff, which you'd think Gen Z would be into. I think John Lennon was probably the gayest Beatle. If John Lennon was alive, he'd probably be super fucking woke. He'd probably have his fucking pronouns. He'd probably be they, them. He'd probably be trans. He'd probably be an anti vaxxer. He probably would have written a lockdown protest song. Um, and this is another of like contemporary world's like favorite myths about the Beatles. Like, oh, John and Paul were gay together. They were definitely gay. It's like, what? Who fucking cares? I don't think that they were gay. I think they were probably, you could say that they were in love, maybe. They certainly had a chemistry that's kind of unparalleled, and they recognize that in each other. The way that they're sort of counterparts. That's something I think that John Lennon recognized. He is the one that sort of put it together. And I think he intuitively, when he met Paul McCartney, he saw this guy is a fucking musical dynamo. And I don't, John Lennon probably would not have made it on his own. I think he needed those other guys to like, Paul and George are really the band in a lot of ways. They're the ones that really add all of the accoutrements and make the songs like really work. Anything Paul McCartney sings a harmony on just automatically elevates it. And then George, and then obviously the bass playing, Paul's like the best bass player there is, really. And then George Harrison is an unbelievable guitar player, incredibly tasteful. He knows how to support, and then he can do harmony too. And so it's like those two guys could come in and add and make anything work. Whereas like John Lennon was kind of sloppy, he was kind of lazy. He'd come in with songs that were like sort of just like a piece of something. And McCartney would come in and fucking make it into a song. But to me, on a singular musician level, John Lennon can sing and play a song just by himself and touch you with just his voice in a way that almost no performer can do. Listen to John Lennon sing "You Really Got a Hold on Me" or something. It's like, how the fuck did these guys do this? How are they so moving? They're able to like tap into this emotional place, something like A Day in the Life. The timbre of his voice, the touch. None of those other guys can do that. I'm sorry. Like John Lennon can just hit you with his voice and his guitar playing in a he's vulnerable. There's a vulnerability to it that those other guys do not really have. There's a fragility to it. And I think it's easy to say, okay, George Harrison is the best Beatle or whatever, in the context of like you're just taking for granted all of the, these guys they were so successful that their music just created and established this baseline that we just think has always been there. And it's like that doesn't make those recordings any less significant or powerful or anyway. I mean, you could just talk about the fucking Beatles endlessly. It's annoying, obviously, to everybody to hear about it. I hate how like I was at the library the other day and I don't know if it's Google or it's like all of these fucking businesses take the Beatles as like their example of like here's how you do group projects. You know, we're gonna study the Beatles to like learn how to like be team. How so we can, you know, develop our AI or whatever. Develop, you know, our surveillance systems or data centers. We're gonna study the Beatles to learn how to like teamwork dynamics. You know, like Google is always doing these like Beatles fucking like talks and shit. We'll have the biographer Mark Spitz come. That's kind of fucked up to me. That they're like this example for like corporations to base their group dynamics. Let's check the score of the game. What do you say, everybody? They've been playing for an hour, so what? It's probably the second quarter by now, maybe. Is the Trump curse still in effect? I mean, I have heard a lot of people talking about how like home court advantage doesn't mean anything anymore, or at least not in New York, because it's like everybody fucking who goes to these games is rich. You know, it's like the fucking seats are $10,000. Oh my god, they're getting their asses kicked. Oh Jesus, they're down by 25. You know, I don't know, man. Like sports is a very superstitious thing, and there is like mojo, energy, momentum. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, not to jinx it or fucking manifest anything bad, but like, hey, I lived in Ohio most of my life. Okay, I know what bad luck looks like in sports. Okay, I watched the Cleveland Indians blow how many World Series? Or the Buckeyes, you know, in the 90s, John Cooper. How many times did they fucking lose to Michigan? I know what bad luck looks like. I know what a bad streak looks like. I think the Knicks could lose the whole fucking thing, to be honest. Somebody said something about how the San Antonio had figured them out. Something changed in the last game. And San Antonio is a better team and they sort of figured them out. I mean, well, like I was saying, the home court advantage doesn't mean what it. I mean, particularly this James Dolan guy doing everything he can to just fuck it up. I don't. He's like it's like the producers. I don't think he wants to win. I think supposedly, right. This is something people are talking about. It's like Madison Square Garden and James Dolan is like using all these like security surveillance techniques. Like all of the people that come into the fucking stadium get their face scanned and biometric data, and they're harvesting all of this data and information from the people who are going to Madison Square Garden. And James Dolan seems kind of like more interested in that. I don't think he wants to win. He probably makes more money if they fucking lose, to be honest. Somehow. He's probably betting against them. He probably bet against his own fucking team on fucking call sheet. And somebody said that it was energy harvesting. Trump was there for energy harvesting. You know, he doesn't give a fuck if he gets booed. He just wants attention. As long as he's the center of attention and not the fucking basketball team, that's all he cares about. And like anybody who can't see that the guy is just bad, bad, bad energy in every regard, like look at what he's done to this fucking country. Like he's gonna do the same thing to the Knicks. The dude just wants to shit all over everybody's parade. He doesn't want anybody to have fun. He feels spited because of the way that he's treated by the media and how, because everybody fucking hates him. We all hate this fucking guy so much that this is like his retribution. He has to come and wipe his ass with this one thing. I mean, New York, how fucking psyched were people? You know, the bars are full of fucking people watching this game. I think it's supposed to rain, right? It's supposed to like thunderstorm like right now. Okay. I mean, there still is 2 quarters to be played. The game, it's not over till it's over, but uh, they might lose the whole fucking thing. I wouldn't be. I don't think this James Dolan. I don't think they're going to win under this guy. As long as he owns the team, I don't think they're going to win. I hate to say that. I hate to be a Debbie Downer or jinx them or anything. I wish they would. Dude, you know how fucking awesome that would be for New York? It's just a shame. You know, there was so much positivity, there was so much good energy going into this, and it would have, you know, New York would have gone fucking nuts if they would have won, especially at home. If they would have swept and, like, you know, if they would have won the NBA championship tonight, everybody would be getting laid. Everybody would be having sex. You know, this is why people move to New York to like be a part of the center of the universe, and you know, this has been a unifying and catalyzing run. You know, people in the city are like super, super, super invested because they're all from fucking, you know, state schools where sports are super popular. And just like, you know, the native New Yorkers are die hard for the Knicks. They've been waiting for this literally for like decades. And so, of course, it's got to be fucking sabotaged. We brought that Ohio energy with us. We brought our curse with us. We brought our bad luck with us. What do I want to eat? Oh, fuck. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. It's called pattern recognition, people. You know, anybody with pattern recognition skills, we can see where this is going. I mean, so they're going to tie the series and go back to San Antonio. But you know, maybe Madison Square Garden is just bad juju right now. Like I said, it's like Howard Lutnick's at fucking ringside. Like that can't be good. That can't be good karma. Having this fucking pedo at the fucking courtside. How many people in the files are at the game? Like a lot. I wouldn't be. Is Ghislaine Maxwell there? Does she get like a release to go to the game? I mean, Trump, right? There was a big story in the New York Times today about Trump going to the Situation Room to deal with the files and the fallout and try to do damage control rather than fucking, like, you know, the Situation Room is like where they go to like kill Obama or kill Osama and, you know, manage like the most significant crises. And Trump's using it to handle his fucking Epstein shit. They said he like mutilated like an underage person's nipples. Trump is like really into like nipple play, but like sadistic. it won't make any fucking difference. I'm actually surprised the New York Times is even fucking talking about it because they seem like they're in on all of it. Like, fuck the New York Times. I can't even look at it anymore. Like, I don't ever want to see fucking Ezra Klein ever. I hate Ezra Klein. Like, and it's like, this is one of the things about the new internet or like the new media is it's like made all these people famous that like never would have been famous. I mean, Ezra Klein would have been like on the Today Show or something. He would have been like they would bring him in to like comment on shit like he's fucking like Gene Shalit or something. But it's like now Ezra Klein has like this incredibly powerful like media platform where he's like fucking, Dick Cavett or something. It's like, millions of people are tuning in to watch Ezra Klein fucking podcast. Like, I hate the fucking New York Times. I hate the fucking New Yorker. They're just full of rich people, full of elite. There's no working class energy anywhere in New York other than these diehard Knicks fans. The people outside the stadium. That's why I went last Friday to Penn Station. Who knew that was going to be like the last fucking hurrah of like the actual sort of like working class? See, they're priced out of the goddamn game. None of the real fans can get into the fucking game. And so we have to fucking watch from like the street outside. And now they took that away. There's like this pissing contest, or, I mean, it's not even a pissing contest. Like, Mamdani is trying to like give the fans some kind of opportunity to like participate around Madison Square Garden or whatever. And this James Dolan guy is just being a huge prick about it because he doesn't give a fuck. He's a billionaire. He's a nepo baby. He's been friends with Trump for 30 fucking years. He probably went to the island. Is James Dolan in the files? He probably fucking is. He was probably buds with Epstein. Can somebody get on Gmail and check it out? So there's all these people that are like famous now, like fucking dude, I don't ever want to see Patrick Bet David again. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. There's all these people that are just like digital fucking entrepreneurs that like they've taken over our society through like disruption, and they've created like a new media, and they just give themselves they want to be famous. People like Patrick Bet, like, what is this guy? He's some kind of tech CEO or something. I don't even know what the fuck he does. I literally never saw this guy before, like probably 5 years ago, before the pandemic. It's like this guy never would have been famous in the '90s. He would have been a business guy. He never would have been on TV. No one would have ever fucking heard of him. And now it's like I see all these fucking clips of like Gary Vanderchuk and Mehdi Hassan and Patrick Bet David. And there's another guy who's like an Indian guy. I forget his name. He's like a smaller dude. It's like, who the fuck are these people? They don't have any expertise. I've never heard them be right about anything. How the fuck are they famous? How do they have so much fucking visibility? Because, I don't know, they're boosting themselves in the algorithm. They pay to get views. They control what gets views. They control what gets seen. Who the fuck is watching Gary Vanderchuk? Like, who is this guy? Who are any of these people? Kevin O'Leary is kind of the same thing. Like, why the fuck is this guy famous? I mean, he was on Shark Tank, which is like a reality show, which also sucks. But why the fuck is Kevin O'Leary famous? Like in the '80s, would this guy have been famous? Like, I don't think so. All these billionaires It's not enough that they are rich. They want to be famous too. And so they've like co-opted the media and like forced themselves in front of us. All of the worst fucking people are getting famous. Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, they're all dog shit. I hate Theo Vaughn. His latest video's got like over 1 million views. It's like, why does anybody watch this idiot? You know, all these fucking stupid motherfuckers platform Trump. I've got one person watching. Thank you for watching. Bruce Holiday, whoever it is. Adam S. How the fuck does Patrick Bet David have like a massive platform? This guy is a moron. They're all Trumpers. They're all fucking Trumpers. Or at least like they were. How often do you hear Patrick Bet David say something about, well, what about Obama? What about Biden? Did Biden did not, he did the same thing. Is that not the same? You would have voted for Kamala? You're telling me it's like, you're a fucking retard. Why are you on my fucking screen? Where, show me somebody entertaining. You know, show me somebody who's actually smart. Even Professor Zhang. Dude, on fucking Professor Zhang's fucking, he was talking about Candace Owens is probably the bravest journalist in the world. It's like, are you fucking out of your mind? He said, they asked him about Peter Thiel. He's like, I think Peter Thiel is probably the smartest guy alive right now. It's like, fuck you, Professor Zhang. We thought you were one of us. Here you are talking about how Peter Thiel is the smartest guy alive. Like, fuck right off. All of these tech CEOs are fucking stupid. Sam Altman, we should just round all of them up, put them in their fucking bunkers, and fill it full of fucking lava. I don't ever want to see Patrick Bet David or fucking Gary Vanderchuck on my screen. Are you listening to me? Surveillance, AI, Surrey. We know you're fucking listening. I don't ever want to see any of these motherfuckers. They're not good looking. They're not charismatic. They're not interesting. And they're not smart. They're morons. They're just rich. It doesn't take a genius to get rich. In fact, this tech shit has made it easier than ever for dumb fucks to just hijack wealth. Whatever they want to, you know, there's no merit to it at all. It's just disruption. Oh, we're going to go in and disrupt. I'm an investor. You know, I'm an investor. I'm in finance. It's like, go fuck yourself. You don't create anything of value or beauty. But John Lennon is a fucking wife beater. So fuck him. Like, makes me want to fucking puke. Gary Vanderchuck? Who is this guy? Why is anybody listening to this guy? Gary Vanderchuck. Like, no wonder our country is fucking collapsing. Does anybody see this shit and they're like, oh, I want to watch more Patrick Bet David videos? You know who watches it? Stupid fucking people who don't know any better. People who grew up learning from No Child Left Behind or something. People with no fucking reading skills, people with no critical thinking skills, people who tune into my fucking live stream for 2 seconds and go, what the fuck is this? And then leave. Yeah, go watch fucking Gary Vanderchuck. Enjoy it. Go watch more Patrick fucking Bet David videos or fucking Theo Vaughn. Fuck off. You know, our society fucking sucks. This world fucking sucks. People are dumb. They have no appreciation. We're just like we're outnumbered. You know, there is mass stupidity. No one has any fucking taste. They were raised on garbage. They think Nirvana is the best band ever. They can all go to hell. You know, people every things have basically sucked for 30 years. People don't even remember. They weren't even born when something was good. Nothing has been real for 30 years. All of the mass media has been just like force fed to us, and it's all garbage. I mean, somebody like Mariah Carey, that is fucking talent. That is a person who should be famous. She writes her own songs. She has like a fucking 8 octave range. Like Mariah Carey is a fucking unicorn. Ariana Grande or fucking I don't even know who's the new bitch. Fucking at least Olivia Rodrigo like wants to be like a hipster. She like hangs out with Elvis Costello and she's got this sort of like bucket list of all these fucking like legacy songwriters that she wants to like glom onto. She plays with fucking Robert Smith or at least she like recognizes like talent. I haven't really listened to Olivia Rodrigo's music. She's a fucking Disney fucking propaganda, but at least she like is like getting her picture taken with Elvis Costello, so maybe somebody under the age of 30 will like fucking learn who that is. If Elvis Costello was around today, he wouldn't even get off the ground. It wouldn't even exist. It's too complicated. It's just a guy with the guitar. He's not photogenic really. But yet we get Cameron fucking Winter crammed down our fucking throat every goddamn. I'm glad people are sort of coming to the light with Geese and realize that they fucking suck and they're a fucking psyop. I want Geese to be good. I would love to turn on Geese and be like, whoa, this is fucking amazing. They suck. The guy's voice sucks. He's just tall. That's it. He's fucking tall and his parents are fucking work for NBC or something. Like, he fucking sucks. I'm so sick of seeing fucking Geese videos. I guess I'm just a hater. I just sound like a fucking old man, I guess, but I'm sorry. I try, I mean, I tried to do what I could under the fucking economic circumstances, we're under. This is part of the reason why like bands don't exist anymore. But in order to have a band, it's like you need a practice space. You need people to have time to like learn the music. You have to figure out like the group dynamics and stuff. Now it's just like everybody's on a fucking screen, everybody's on a laptop. You can do way better by yourself, like just recording fucking GarageBand than like learning to play with other people. And no one has the time or money or there's no convenience. It's like where are you gonna practice? Where are you gonna meet up? It's like everybody's got a bunch of fucking jobs. They live with their fucking parents. And yet Patrick Bet David, he was probably already a fucking billionaire. Now we got to hear his fucking propaganda about Trump and he's probably making bank off his stupid fucking podcast. What is it? The best lack all conviction and the worst are full of passionate intensity. This sort of dovetail, but like the New Yorker just wrote some article about Andrew Tate. I didn't read it, but like, why? Fuck Andrew Tate. Why give this guy any attention? Like all these women, like they want to, women are obsessed with these stories about like, they all listen to these fucking true crime podcasts about serial killers and shit. I got out of the subway, 6th Avenue and 14th Street, right on the corner. Museum inside the mind of a serial killer. This is New York City, right? The Village, Greenwich Village. There's a museum, or it's like one of these pop up immersive, like whatever, the Friends exhibit. And it's like inside the mind of a serial killer. It's like there's a bunch of dumb bitches in the West Village that are like, ooh, let's go to this. Let's go to this serial killer fucking exhibit. Like, Why give these people attention? Why give Andrew Tate? Why write a fucking profile in the New Yorker about Andrew Tate? Like, fuck this guy. All of these dickheads on the internet who are like internet, like Jordan Peterson, Gary Vanderchuk, PBD, Theo Vaughn, like it's all propaganda. They're all just like the thing that the tech people have found useful to poison the information supply. You know, it's like this is where the toxic masculinity has come from. There's not good role models anymore. There are no fucking John Lennons. There are no fucking, you know, there's just Gary Vanderchuk. And like, did you see Clavicular got a nose job? It looks like shit. It's like, it's dark. It's really dark. It's like King Lear. You know, Edmund, the bad one, experiences this meteoric rise, success, success, success. He kills people. He puts out Gloucester's eyes. He's a piece of shit. And yet Edgar, the good one, is like, you know, has to cover himself in fucking mud, living on the fucking heath, chased, reviled by society, misunderstood. It's like, yeah, let's fucking put a goddamn. You're the New Yorker magazine. You could write about anything, and yet some stupid woman writer is like wants to talk about how men are pieces of shit, and so let's do a profile about Andrew Tate because this guy needs more attention. We need to we need to like publicize these men that like, oh, he raped a 15-year-old. It's like, put him in fucking jail. Don't write about him in the fucking New Yorker. Write about something good. Write about my live stream. Write about my open mic. Write about my poetry. They should give me a fucking profile. But they're empowering these people. You know, it's like when you say somebody's name, you give them power. You're just increasing this guy's profile. A lot of the people who read the New Yorker probably didn't even know who he was, or like barely knew anything about him. It's like, well, now they're gonna fucking he's gonna live rent free in their head because there's a stupid fucking article about him. And yet they'll write fucking profiles of all these like elite fucking New York nepo babies and shit. Those are the only people that they're like, you know. So it's like the ability to just like be like a working class person and like make it doesn't exist anymore. All of those slots are taken by nepo babies and people who are already rich. People like Patrick Bet David are buying visibility, buying platform, buying views. That's the only way to. It's a business, you know. Celebrity, show business, art. It's a business now where it's like they're charged. If you want to be seen, if you want to get likes, if you want to get views, if you want to get followers, you have to pay. They know that like that's what you want. So it's like you have to pay to promote your post, or else no one is gonna fucking see it. Fuck these tech cocksuckers. I fucking hate them. I really hate these people. All of them. There's not a single, like, at least with Steve Jobs, there was like somebody who was sort of on our side. You know, Steve Jobs brought in like a hippie ethos a little bit. Apple was like trying to give people creative tools to like express themselves, make movies, make music, whatever. None of these tech guys anymore is worth a shit. They should all be summarily executed, put in front of a fucking firing squad. They should have their nipples tortured. Trump's into nipple torture. Does that surprise anybody? Let's see what the score is now. Yikes. Halftime 76-49. Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of points for first half. I mean, Jesus Christ, how often do people score 76 points in one half? Let's see what the vibe is on Twitter, shall we? See what people are saying on Twitter about the game. I mean, all of these Knicks fans, this might cause the fucking revolution. If the Knicks lose because of Trump, it might be the one thing that might actually cause people to get off their ass and do something. Like these Knicks fans don't fuck around. They probably voted for him. Oh, it's the refs, right? Everybody's talking about how the refs are like fucking rigging the game, basically. Uh yeah, Clavicular's new nose looks like shit. Look at that. He ruined his face. He's gonna end up like Michael Jackson. I'm glad. The fucking stupid bastard. His whole shit is about like Luke maxing and mogging. It's like you mogged yourself, motherfucker. Good, you fucking superficial piece of shit. The Knicks vibe shift over the last few days needs to be studied by sociologists and historians for generations to come. Not really. I mean, it's not hard to see what the fuck happened. Taylor Swift at the game with the Haim sisters. I hate Haim. I think they're industry plants. I hate them. I think they suck shit. He ruins everything. Yeah. Okay. So the Knicks. I mean, I do think there's some credence to the idea they wanted to go 7 games. There's just too much money to be made. They can't have it be a sweep. They can't have it be wrapped up. It's like they need to draw this out. So maybe I do think the officiating is probably fucking wow. They said the officiating is worse this game. I haven't been watching it, but uh some of the officiating in that first game was like criminal, man. And it's like it's all fixed. It's all fucking bullshit. You think these fucking sports gambling app? I mean, look, Lutnick's there, Trump is there. Like, it's all insider trading. It's all market manipulation. They just want to make money. This guy doesn't give a fuck if they win. If he can make more money by them losing, and if he can harvest a bunch of data, they're probably more focused on that. For anybody counting, the New York Knicks have lost by a total of 6 points all playoff. And now they're down by fucking 30 points or something. That's crazy. This game might already be over. Trump cursed the Knicks. Dolan doubled down. I had Knicks in 6. That could still happen, right? I mean, uh, they could still win. What a terrible advertisement for NBA basketball. A litany of bad calls, completely removing the competition, completely, truly joyless television. I mean, can you imagine all these fucking people out in bars and shit? I mean, people had so much enthusiasm for this. New York, when I was walking to the open mic on Monday, the bars on the Lower East Side were fucking packed full of people wearing jerseys and shit. And now this. And just, I mean, they're going out of their way to kill the vibe with all these like security checkpoints and this James Dolan guy is just such a miserable prick. He just wants to flex the power he has. The whole city is psyched about this. The whole fucking country is psyched about this. So of course this little dick motherfucker has to like ruin it for everybody, piss on everybody's parade with his billionaire buddies. It's just to see how much power they have. Son of a bitch. I mean, it's amazing how garbage the YouTube algorithm is. It's like every fucking couple hours I'll get on YouTube looking for some kind of like new video to watch, and it's just like the shit it suggests to me. It's like there's got to be better shit on YouTube than this. You know, like let me look at my feed, just see what it suggests. I mean, Cornet, I love. You know, do I really want to watch Eli Wetzel fucking documentary? Like, fuck no. Triumph the Insult Comic Dog? No thanks. Like, wrestling, Howard Stern, bootleg movie, Tucker. I don't want to watch any fucking Tucker Carlson video ever, 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 ever. I hate fucking Tucker Carlson. Why is this in my goddamn feed? I'm not subscribed to this. I'm not interested. My politics are the complete opposite of this fucking douchebag. Why is this in my fucking feed? It's because these people have a media monopoly and they are forcing this shit down our fucking throats. You know, they want to put Tucker as like the alternative. You know, when Trump fucks everything up with these wars and inflation and blah blah blah, they'll use Tucker as like, oh, he's the populist that he was speaking out against us the whole time. Look, he did all these fucking interviews and shit. He was against the war. They know that. They fucking know that. They know that, like, and people in this country are fucking stupid enough that when Trump leaves, and he leaves this country in fucking ruins, they will convince people that another Republican is like the answer. People will, they'll be like, well, Tucker is the one who, like, he was speaking out against this the whole time. You know, he was always against this. And like, he was at the fucking inauguration. Wasn't he just at the White House like recently? But people in this country are so fucking stupid that they won't even know. They don't remember anything. They don't actually like empirically like understand why they're being fucked, how they're being fucked, and who's actually doing it. You know, Trump managed to convince people that he was anti-war and that the Republican Party was like the anti-war party. Like that's how fucking stupid people in this country are. And so I wouldn't be surprised when Tucker runs in 28, he'll run, and his whole thing will just be trashing Trump or trashing the war. And people will be like, okay, yeah, Tucker, he's on our side when he's really just another of the same. You know, he's just a fucking he works with them for them. Death of a Salesman with Lee J. Cobb. I mean, I would watch that, but David Gilmour album, like what the fuck? Elton John, live in Central Park. Yeah, maybe I would watch that. Like the thing is, like the way the TikTok algorithm used to be, it's like it would find shit that didn't know you wanted to watch. This does not feel like that. This feels like there are these broad topics that like the algorithm or whatever, wants you to group things under, and they just hammer that shit. Like, I like wrestling, obviously, but it's like, Jesus Christ. Or like the Beatles, right? Is another thing where it's just like, yeah, I like the Beatles, but it's like, God damn. These tech people, for some reason, like the Beatles, like, are just something that like they want to cram down your fucking throat. Or Sopranos is like that. It's like, Jesus Christ, like, isn't there some kind of original content on fucking YouTube that I can watch? What about poetry stuff? What about art lectures? What about, some kind of like fucking poetry podcast or something? You know what I want, goddammit. Do I want to see a conversation with Larry David and Susie Essman? Like, no. Did I ever click anything that like indicated that that is something that I would care about? Like, I like Kirby Enthusiasm as much as the next guy. I've never clicked like a fucking video of like them talking at the 92nd Street Y. I don't give a fuck. Like I guess I should just get off the internet, but in shitification, driving me nuts. Uh, yeah, so Trump fucked everything up. Nobody cares about the American 250. I talked about that yesterday. It's just like you think that would be everywhere. You think everywhere you go there'd be some kind of like 4th of July, America's 250th birthday. Jerry Seinfeld's there, Taylor's there, Chris Rock is there, Sandman's there. So they all get to courtside to watch the Knicks blow it. All right, nobody's watching, so I will just gonna look at my Twitter. Knicks are completely shook. Oh yeah, I got retweeted by Gina Gershon. I was looking at Gina Gershon's book the other day. It's called Alpha Pussy. And I mean, Gina Gershon has always been hot. I've always, ever since the 90s, Gina Gershon, I think, has been one of the hottest. And, I'm sympathetic to celebrity memoirs. I like that they write books and, they're usually easy reads. So I thought it'd be a good book of the day. I try not to make it just like boring poetry shit all the time, boring literary stuff. The thing about the open mic is it's really about show business and bringing like the literary, marrying those worlds. Bringing literature into like a more entertaining, less dry, less kind of boring. So, celebrity memoirs are like kind of a overlap. Oh my god. Ben Stiller says he and his wife literally burned their clothes after the Knicks game 3 loss. Okay. Well, look how bad they're fucking doing this game. Bill Simmons. This game has been going on for an hour and there's 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Another person who I hate, Bill Simmons. But the refs are supposedly fucking it. I mean, they're down by 30 goddamn points. How bad could the refs be? They're that bad? The refs are so fucking bad. They're down 30 points. How bad could the refs be? Look, even the buildings are like Knicks colors. They look at that. They changed the fucking what's that? Is that Chase building? I think it is. Another cursed fucking building. A sad commentary. I mean, this is why I stopped giving a fuck about sports when I was like 12. Because I saw the Cleveland Indians lose the World Series like in dramatic, heartbreaking ways a few times. I saw the Ohio State. There was the year Eddie George won the Heisman Trophy, right? John Cooper was the coach. Ohio State was supposed to win the national championship. They won every game till they got to Michigan, which people who are college sports fans know that the Ohio State Michigan rivalry is like, for some, God knows why. I have no fucking clue why. I mean, who gives a shit? But the Ohio State Michigan rivalry is like, this this huge fucking, it's one of the biggest rivalries in sports. And so I think it was that 96, maybe. Eddie George, Heisman Trophy winner. They lost to Michigan. They blew it. So they got to go to the Rose Bowl instead of the national championship. You know, at that age, I realized, you know what? This is not worth it. Investing myself emotionally in this shit I have no control over, a bunch of fucking 20-year-olds throwing a ball around. And I think sports is designed to just create dissatisfaction. Most teams are going to lose, right? There's 30 fucking teams or whatever, 29 of them are going to lose. So that means 29 cities in the country out of 30 are going to be upset. And are going to have some sense of like dissatisfaction. Is it raining? I don't think it's about to rain. Close my fucking windows. Just in time. The Knicks to fucking blow it. I mean, what is the vibe like in that stadium right now? The celebrities didn't look that upset. Taylor didn't look that upset. And sports are fucking stupid. The fact that so many people have so much invested, it's like, get a fucking life. Why don't you pay attention to something that actually like is not about winning and losing and competition and let's see what else we got. I mean, no one's watching. Fuck it. Taylor Swift has Nick's fever. All my tweets are about Taylor Swift's fucking stupid T-shirt. I mean, those chicks in Haim are just ugly, dude. How did they get famous? There are so many jinx-worthy celebrities, online personalities, and politicians at MSG that they're going to need to form a special commission to determine who is responsible for mushing it. No, they're not. We know who the fuck ruined the vibe. Oh, great. So Mamdani is getting into like a slap fight with James Dolan. When James Dolan, this is a Mamdani tweet. When James Dolan cancels the watch party outside MSG, we bring the watch party to you. Oh, it's on the Link NYC screens. That's cool. I mean, if you step out of your house, there's no shortage of places to watch this game. To be honest, I don't think I'd want to be in a bar right now. I wouldn't want to be in a bar surrounded by a bunch of pissed off Knicks fans, to be honest. It's just a bad vibe. Anytime, it's like election night. Anytime your sports team loses, it's like being in like a party headquarters when they lose an election. It's like everybody's fucking just sitting there like rethinking their life. Everybody's morose. I did see videos of like Knicks fans like beating up Spurs fans, which, come on, it's a fucking make believe game. It doesn't mean shit. But I wish they would take that energy to Trump. You know, like these Knicks fans need to go to Washington. You know, if New York loses, I think these Knicks fans should just get together and do like a million man march in DC and fucking January 6th, that shit. There needs to be, I mean, this could be the thing. I'm telling you, this could catalyze the overthrow of the government. Knicks players throwing tantrums, just embarrassing. They weren't ready for this moment. I mean, that might be true. I don't know that much about these teams, but from what I have seen, the Spurs do seem like more championship ready. I don't know if they have more experience, they have better players. I mean, their franchise has, you know, more recently been dominant. The fucking Tim Duncan, Greg Popovich era, like they won a shitload of championships. So they're not, their city is, they know how to win. That's a big part of sports is like you have to know how to fucking get the job done. Every customer at my local pub just went home saying they cannot watch this dreck. The NBA is risking a generation of fans with this. Do you believe that? Trump cursed us. Refs rigged it. Spurs shooting hot, turning off the game. Yikes. Crowd is completely dead. This blows. Wemby is beating the hell out of the Knicks in the Garden, and he is doing it more so mentally than physically. An absolutely masterclass of maturation and domination from a 22-year-old. Have you ever seen a call like this miss? So not only are they shit, not only are they losing, but the refs are like against them. So it does seem like the fix is in to some degree. It seems like somebody powerful does not want them to win. I actually worry about New York. Spurs fans can handle this series either way. I feel that Knicks fans, I mean, if the Knicks lose, Jesus Christ, there could be riots. Anything for viral content. There will be people running around with, lapel mics, beating the shit out of Spurs fans. The Knicks are the first team in NBA history to not have a home court advantage. I mean, if you fill the stadium with just a bunch of fucking rich people that don't care, like, get some of these psychos who are out, out front. They should have a section where they just let some of the fucking maniacs in for free. New York really is going to burn to the ground if this keeps up. I'm scared. And frankly, I'm scared. Like literally our neighborhood could be like could go insane. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually scared. I mean, this is why I watch wrestling. Because at least that's like it's not real. Or it's like who cares who wins and loses? Whereas like sports, it's like it's just sadness. Knicks picked the worst time to turn into the Knicks. This is actually a fucking joke. I've never seen a more blatant display of refs fixing a game in NBA history. See, that's what I think. I think that like all of this sports betting and it's just unbelievable how culturally powerful that has become all of the sudden. It's like all of this goddamn sports betting came out of like nowhere. And they're clearly, I mean, as if young men didn't have a tough enough time as it is. They want to go in and create like this addiction that's just going to like empty people's bank accounts, like Davey Scatino. It's another. They're grooming a generation of Davey Scatinos. Degenerate gambling pieces of shit, and they're going to run up a bunch of debt. It should be illegal. This Kalshi, all this shit. I think I heard that clip that was like viral about my mayor Muslim, my bagel. That guy was like some kind of Kaushi plant or something. That was like some kind of Kaushi. I'm telling you, anything you see on TikTok or it's all fake. There's no meritocracy to these apps whatsoever. It's like if you're able to get a fan base, it's probably because you're rich and you put a bunch of money into it, or you're just playing into the propaganda they want to fucking Trump, Dolan, and the Epstein class curse the Knicks. Okay. Chuck D. I hate complaining about the refs, but you can't have whistle mania the first 2 minutes of a game. The past two games, physicality is subdued. Yeah, it does seem like the NBA used to be more kind of rougher. Never seen a team owner on the precipice of ending a 53-year drought go out of their way to kill the vibes this hard. This is beyond even Dan Snyder and Donald Sterling. This is Marge Schott territory. Wow. This James Dolan guy's a piece of shit. Like, somebody's a fucking. He's going on the guillotine block, too. Starting to freak out for the women and kids in Wemby's life. Okay. He has control issues, he has rage issues. Simply not going to win with the combination of what we're seeing out there. The Knicks are in their own heads right now. It's infuriating to watch. Yeah, I mean, we've never seen a series more manufactured to go seven than this. Yeah, I would agree with that probably. It's weird that it's almost like the opposite of home field advantage. The Knicks won in San Antonio, the Spurs won in New York. What the fuck does that mean? It's almost like the visiting team is more motivated to win because the stadium is full of. I mean, in San Antonio, it's probably the same thing. It's probably full of a bunch of fucking .com cocksuckers. They're probably the only ones that can afford a ticket. And then, like, I don't know, New York has become like this concentrate. It's what we're seeing is like New York is like becoming like the last livable place in this country to some degree. The whole rest of the country is sort of descending into this red state, mm, Trump induced poverty, gasoline exploding. New York, you don't need a car. So it's like all of the fancy rich people are coming here to escape, the fucking destruction of the rest of the country. And so, the Knicks are like this. It's like trying to get a reservation at Fort Charles. It's like this elite status symbol FOMO. You don't want to, you don't want to have FOMO. Taylor Swift's got to be at the Garden for Game 4, where her fucking wedding is going to be. Oh yeah, the other thing, the war in Iran is like escalating again. First of all, there's like a ceasefire, but like every day you hear shit about, oh, the U.S. struck this and Iran struck this. It's like that's not a fucking ceasefire, right? It's like, what was it? Iran or the United States, I think, just struck like some Indian tanker that was like going through the strait because nobody's supposed to go through the strait. It's like it feels like the war is going to explode again. Wu Tang will reportedly perform at. Is that happening right now? Is Wu Tang performing right now? Is it still halftime? I mean, I was excited for them to win. I think it would have been incredible. It could still happen. That's the thing. Is like, I do think like neurotic New Yorkers are getting too in their head about the Trump thing. Like it's over. He's not coming back. He swooped in. He stole their fucking mojo. But like that, there's still what 3 games to play. They're tied. The New York Times released a truly stunning report on the Epstein cover up by the White House, collusion, breaking the law, evading subpoenas. They've done that before. No one cares. No one gives a fuck. Trump, all he does is break the law every fucking day, all day. That's all he does. Insider trading. It's not going to make any difference. The country has lost its standards. There's no more sense of right and wrong in this country. It's just like whatever you can get away with. Oh yeah, the trailer for the sequel to The Social Network came out. What is it? The Social Reckoning or something? It looks horrible. It's directed by Aaron Sorkin, which I think is why it looks like such a piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Hours after the owner went on the radio and predicted the Knicks would win tonight in the championship, the Knicks gave up 70 plus points in the first half and are down by 27. This week has been one hell of. I mean, lucky for me, I don't put all my fucking, happiness on a stupid fucking game that I'm not even involved in, and I don't have any money on it either. And it's like New York has so much going on. This will suck for the fans if they lose, but like next week it'll be some other thing. It's like we'll move on quickly. Maybe the Knicks fans won't, but I dead ass might turn this shit off. This is fucking rigged. What the fuck, NBA? I mean, Taylor Swift is fucking annoying, man. Victor Wembanyama went to Gramercy Park before Game 3 to sketch a statue. That's pretty smart. That's like hand-eye coordination. It's like spatial awareness. So I'm sure it's good for his basketball too. Oh, please. There you go. I mean, where are the real fucking fans? That overturned call is utterly demoralizing, as is the lack of flagrant from last game. It communicates that the Spurs can get away with anything. I mean, that's also no fun. Is like if the fucking refs are just fixing it against them. It's like that kind of blows. Were you guys watching the Wu Tang Clan? They played the halftime show, I guess. I saw this video where they asked this rich guy how much he thought a pedicure was. He said $4. I mean, these people have no fucking perspective. Well, you can watch me play basketball. Trump, I love it. I love inflation. Yeah, he loves inflation because all his rich friends get more money. They print more money, it goes to the top. We don't keep that money. They get the money. So it makes them feel like they're richer. You know, Elon Musk wouldn't have over $1 trillion if they hadn't printed a bunch of fucking money. New York was not ready for the finals. The city, the team, the owner, the absolute most insane vibe shift coming home up 2-0. Vibe shift, vibe shift. People love fucking saying the word vibe shift. I'm so sick of the word vibe. Like, come up with some other fucking thing to say. Oh, this is Taylor Swift's bachelorette party, is what they're saying. Apparently something's going on in Northern Ireland. There's some kind of crazy fucking riots there or something. They said they fucking poked some guy's eyes out or something. Trump knew and funded underage sex parties at his golf course. Yeah, we fucking knew. We know. We know this. This is not news. The game is over. With how the refs are and how the Spurs are shooting, I can't see the Knicks overcoming this. I mean, yeah, they're getting their ass kicked. It's not just like they're losing. It's like they're getting their first three games were like pretty close, to be honest. The game I watched in Penn Station, what they only won by 1 point, and it was like close. Like now they're down by fucking 30 fucking points or something. Like what happened? Trump happened. It's that Trump touch. It's that Midas touch he's got. Hmm. New York City is too big of a market to make an enemy with the fans, and the city and the league won't let that shit ride. I mean, the guy's been fucking it up for a long time. The Knicks have sucked forever. You know, like it's not like this is anything new. The fact that they're even in the goddamn finals is like kind of a surprise. Looks like the Knicks got trumped. Fuck New York and their dirty ass water dogs. Okay.
Mm. Well, I guess I'll probably get off pretty soon. I've already done 2 hours. Basically talked about everything I wanted to talk about. Tim Miller is another person I do not. Why do I see? He's another example of like Tim Miller. I thought was like a liberal. He's a gay guy. He's constantly in my feed. I don't even what's his fucking podcast, The Bulwark, or whatever. He was a Republican strategist. He worked for like fucking George W. Bush and shit, or Romney. I don't know who he worked for, but it's like they try to pass this guy off like he's like a fucking leftist or something. It's like just because he's gay, it's like he's a fucking Republican. Everybody who you see who's like political on YouTube or apps, they're all goddamn Republicans, man. Even the people that are like, there, it's like there's two sides now. There's like MAGA, and then there's like the sort of like center right people like Tucker or that they try to act like are like the opposition. Like there is no fucking like legitimate and it's like our country has been dragged so far to the right. It's people have lost all fucking perspective. Yeah, it does kind of remind me of the Comey thing. I do think the Bernie thing is like a cult. But the way that well, that's I realize that's the thing that annoys me about like Mamdani and Bernie and those they're populists, right? And they're good like they're good at like their policies and shit. It's just their fan base is so annoying because it's a cult where it's like people like worship Bernie. It's like he's still a fucking politician. Like Mandani is still like the mayor. Like, good. We like him. We're glad. But like, don't act like he's like the fucking savior or whatever. Like, we want to be enthusiastic, but like the way that people like suck off Bernie and Mamdani, it's like you're just like Trumpers. You're just like fucking cult members. Like the thing about politics is like people they either don't pay any attention or they care way too much. Like these leftists, it's like they want every fucking thing to be it's like look at the hellscape we're in. It's like you don't even have to you don't love, do we love Biden? Do we love Obama? Like no. We don't care. It's like they are better than the alternative. We vote for them and we go about our lives. Would we like something better? Like, sure, that would be possible if incrementally things got better by having like like Biden was a pretty good fucking president. Everything was definitely better. Like, look at where we are now and look at where we were 4 years ago. What do you prefer? Do you prefer it now that gasoline is $5 a fucking gallon and there's a fucking war and the Knicks are losing. Like, it's not perfect. We don't worship these people. Like, we just, if you're paying attention at all, just vote for the Democrat. Well, okay, blue MAGA. I want to talk about blue MAGA. This is a term I don't even think it's a real thing because I don't think normal people use it. And I went on a Reddit and there is no agreement whatsoever what it even means. Because I was just like, what is blue MAGA? What does that mean? Am I blue MAGA? Like, what is blue MAGA? And I thought it was like they usually refer to it like pejoratively, like if you're blue MAGA, it's basically like saying you're a liberal or something. That's what I thought it was. It's like blue MAGA is like vote blue no matter who. But I went on the fucking Reddit and half the people said blue MAGA is vote blue no matter who. And the other half said blue MAGA is like leftists. People that like will never vote blue because they're Karens and they don't get every single fucking thing they want. And they want some perfect candidate like Bernie.
And it's like, so I don't think it's a real term. I think it's something that like is a psyop, to use everybody's favorite expression. Uh, but it's like we're not psyched about, Biden. We don't like worship this guy. We put him in office to prevent things like Roe versus Wade being repealed. To prevent the Supreme Court going 6-3 for fucking fascism. We vote for the Democrats to prevent fascism. And the idea that both parties are the same is fucking ludicrous. Even the idea that the controlled opposition is fucking ludicrous. The controlled opposition is Tucker. The controlled opposition are all these fucking douchebags on the internet who are like, Trump is a fascist, and they're like maybe a little bit left of that. If the Knicks blow this series after going up 2-0 on the road, it would be the biggest disappointment in modern New York sports history. Yeah, because New Yorkers are used to winning. They win a lot. The Knicks should reflect that. It's a fucking travesty that like they've been shitty for so long. That's not indicative of like the character of this city. Haim is way too LA coded to justify this. Yeah, I agree. What the fuck are they doing here? Go back to the valley. There's all this discourse about who's a New Yorker, right? On Twitter, on TikTok. What does it take to be a real New Yorker? To be honest, I think there's two, and just transplant culture in general, and the way that like the natives are being priced out. It's almost like a reverse Great Migration, right? In the 60s, 50s, or whatever, all these people from the South moved into the cities in the North, Chicago, Detroit. That song Cadillac Assembly Line by Albert King is sort of about that. He's talking about how he works Mississippi picking cotton and shit. And he moves to Detroit to get a job on the Cadillac assembly line. So he gets a union wage, makes money, whatever. It's a good job. So all these black people who were slaves, whatever, their ancestors, they moved to New York. John Coltrane is from South Carolina, right? They all moved to the north. They all moved to Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, Harlem, whatever. Now we're almost seeing the opposite. All of the black people are getting priced out because of the transplants, because of the rich white people that are coming here from Ohio, from LA, wherever. And so you're seeing a lot of black people get priced out of Crown Heights, Bed-Stuy, Brownsville, East New York, and they're moving back to fucking the South or whatever. I saw it was like a graphic of Florida and like the income inequality in Miami versus like the surrounding areas and how it's changed. Like in the 80s or whatever, there was more kind of like poor people in the metro area, and there was more kind of equal throughout. Whereas now it's like all of the capital has moved into these cities. All the rich people want to be in New York now. They all want to go to Fort Charles. They all want to live in fucking. There's a Whole Foods and goddamn Jefferson Avenue stop. And so all of the poor people are having to relocate to like, wait somewhere near the city maybe, but not in the city. Just because rich people want it, you know? And so the idea is like who is a real New Yorker? If you're a transplant, you're like ruining the city. You're displacing all of the native citizens who are poor, who can't afford it because of places like this. And to be honest, I think to some degree, like you can't really become a New Yorker. Like wherever you're born, that's like what you are. Like I'm from fucking Ohio. Like even though I've lived in New York since 2010. Like, I'm not I'm not a New Yorker. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still from Ohio. Like, I know people that are from New York that grew up in New York, that grew up in Manhattan. Those people are New Yorkers. Like, I think in a certain way, though, like New Yorker is almost like a world category and like an international category, and it's a city that invites immigration and sort of flux and inflow. And so, to some degree, I think culturally, like you can identify as like a New Yorker if you whatever. The rule is 10 years. Like, I think there's some credence to that, but at the same time, like you will never actually be a New Yorker, okay? Just because you're some jackoff that's lived in Brooklyn for 10 years, like you're not a New Yorker. You're still from Florida or wherever you're from. And it's just kind of stolen valor, and it's like kind of a sad it's kind of a sad thing to even want. Like, who cares? Like, it's like aspirational to be like a new, like, who gives a fuck? Like, why not be proud of where you're from? New York really is like a trading post. It's a crossroads where people from all over the world can come do business, experience. There's always influx and outflow. Like, so in that sense, but that could be true of a lot of places. It's just like more people do more business here than most places. And so, but I think it's an insult to the fucking people that were born in goddamn Bed-Stuy or, grew up there. Like those people are the New Yorkers. Like Timothy Chalamet is like a fucking New Yorker. Like Larry David is a fucking New Yorker. Like, is fucking Jason Bateman a New Yorker? Like, fuck no. Is Taylor Swift a New Yorker? Like, fuck no. Like, you can come here and you can be a part of like the New York. That's part of what's exciting about it. Is New York is this like diverse array and this kind of like lineup of all these like variety of people from all over the world. You are experiencing like what more people live in Queens than any other. More people from more places live in Queens than like anywhere on earth. It's like the most diverse place. Like that's part of the character of New York. Does that make those people like New Yorkers? Like no. If you lived here for 5 years, like you are not a New Yorker. It's the same thing like if you move to fucking Chicago, it's like I'm not going to become a fucking Chicagoan. If I move to Boston, I'm not like becoming a Bostonian. Like those, there are people with accents. There's, you have to be like steeped in that culture from like an extremely young age, if not birth. And so, uh, you can't, you're not a New Yorker. I'm sorry. You're just not. Other than like, you know, there's two sort of like ways of looking at it that are sort of simultaneous. Like, okay, like yeah, you're a part of like the New York stew and like the milieu here, but like you're not. It'd be like moving to France and being like, okay, I'm French now. It's like, well, no, you're not. Doesn't matter how fucking long you live there. Like you're an American. Like wherever you're from, that's where you're from. And who cares? And it's colonization. It's white people that just want to appropriate, like usual. A bunch of fucking basic ass. These are the white people that get on top. The ones that are not afraid to steal shit and displace people and colonize. Those are the white people that like stole this fucking country. They're the corporate raiders. They're the venture capitalists. They're the Fox News people. They're the country club people. They're the racists. They're the privileged ones. They're the ones that want to move to Bushwick and pretend like they've always been. That's like this is a thing I hear commonly from native New Yorkers is like these people just moved here and they act like you're the one that doesn't belong. All these white people move here and they look at the people from the neighborhood like, who the fuck are you? What are you doing in my home? It's like, you're not from here, motherfucker. Like, you're the fucking colonizer. You're the interloper. You're the sandbagger. And it is a shame. It is a shame that these people are getting priced out of their own fucking land. You know, people want to do all these fucking land acknowledgments and shit. Let's do a land acknowledgement in Crown Heights. How about that? This neighborhood is traditionally like Haitian and Creole and shit. It's not for a bunch of white people with poetry MFAs. Fucking cocksuckers. Trump can't allow anyone in the Epstein files to be charged because his name would come up in the trial. The entire Republican Party is protecting Trump and the Epstein elite. That's what we're seeing at the Knicks game. That's why Howard Lutnick and James Dolan and Trump are all fucking the fans over because they know it's something that, like, the working class people care about. This is going to be worse than 9/11. When the Knicks lose, it's going to be worse than 9/11. Let's see where the score is now. 95-80. Okay. They're only down by 15. 8 minutes left. They could come back. So they've held them. Okay, so they outscored them in the third quarter, 26-14. You know, uh maybe the refs are going to decide to be a little bit more fair. Does anyone have an explanation why concert tickets were $35 15 years ago and now they're $350? I heard somebody say concert tickets used to be $5 and you get $500 worth of music. Now they're $500 and you get $5 worth of music. I would agree with that. You know, you used to be able to go see Led Zeppelin for like $5. Now it's like $5 grand to see fucking Taylor Swift. Like, that's in shitification. The Spurs have a global superstar in a league bursting at the seams to expand into Europe. What possible argument could you make that the league wants the Knicks to win? It's a business first and always. A Wemby title is exponentially more valuable for the league. Of course, they want the Spurs to win. It's all about the money. People follow the money. Follow the money. The Knicks market will be as strong as ever with the outlook of this team for 3 to 5 years. However, the market of the entire league will be even larger if Wembanyama gets a championship and FMVP this early into his career, Finals MVP. Uh, it's like Major League. Remember the fucking owner in Major League, the fucking vindictive bitch who owns the team, wants them to lose so she can move the team to Florida. I mean, I don't think Dolan wants to move the team, but he might just want him to lose out of spite. Knicks team and fans are just not mentally built to be champions. I mean, they haven't won in 50 fucking years. That's very unusual. They're like worse than the Mets. You know, the Mets are like famously kind of a bad franchise, but okay. The entire city feels like it's on suicide watch. No cabs or Ubers, dark shit. I mean, I did watch a little bit of the Trump. He had some kind of fucking press conference or something today. And I hate to say it, but he did not look like he's about to die. There's a lot of discourse online about how he's on death's door and this and that. And he didn't look as bad as I hoped he would. What if they came back and won?
Actually, I heard that maybe a friend of yours stopped by, give you a ride back to Jersey.
Apparently, Max Weinberg is an asshole. So all of the celebrities courtside are devastated. LL Cool J are devastated that the Knicks are getting blown out. Ooh, Adam Sandler looks upset. Ben Stiller looks not happy. Chris Rock is looking morose. I mean, good. Or if it makes these celebrities unhappy, then it's worth it. Fuck them and their $10,000 courtside seats. If the Knicks lose the series, Dolan deadass might have to sell the team because it won't be safe for him anymore. I mean, if they lose the series, I could definitely see people Luigiing his ass. Somebody needs to Luigi that motherfucker. After Trump, Lutnick, and Taylor Swift have claimed the team, Knicks fans need to start an anti-fascist ultras club like St. Pauli and take back the team. Yeah, where's the Antifa? Dolan is just being a pissy little spiteful bitch because he brought his president to the game and Knicks fans booed him. It's almost too poetic and on the symbolic fucking nose that the NYPD and a billionaire twin set, Tish and Dolan, would be the ones to fuck this for New Yorkers. God has a sense of literature because what the fuck? That's a good way to put it. God has a sense of literature. It's like God is writing our lives just to fuck us over. Okay, well, let's see. What's the score now? 97-83. Okay, they're down by. Okay, they're only down by 11 with 7 minutes left. People have got to be hyped about that. I mean, what are the celebrities thinking? They've got to be hyped. I'm sure Ben Stiller is jacked. I mean, like I said, I think James Dolan gets more out of it by having Trump at the game. He thinks he's going to get some kind of favor or special. He'll get some kind of gift from Trump just because he kissed his ass. All these billionaires do. They know that it's going to save them a bunch of money or it's going to be more beneficial for them in the long run to kiss Trump's ass because they're all in a power cabal together against the rest of us. 4 days ago, they were saying this Knicks team was one of the best of all time. Yeah, since when does Taylor Swift give a shit about basketball? I don't think I've ever seen her at a game before. He's cheer captain on the bleachers. Bit of an academic of people who basically only work and exercise. Unfortunately, they are prime fascist subjects. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just insane. Our culture is obsessed with fucking working out, Equinox. It's fascist adjacent. All right. Well, it's just kind of the same shit. I have 3 people watching. You don't have you don't want to watch the game? You know better shit to do? I mean, it is kind of crazy. It's interesting to see New Yorkers like feel insecure. It's like the Yankees win all the fucking time. Even the Mets have won. It's like it's such a confident kind of championship town. It's weird to see them fold like fucking Cleveland. I just didn't think it was part of their character. Wu Tang. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you for watching. Maybe they'll pull it out. It's possible. This is New York. Okay, now they're only down by 9. 97, 88. Whoop, 98, 88. Okay, they're down by 10. 6 minutes left. That's not bad. Okay, now they're down by 11. That's still not bad. Okay. They're down by 10. 6. Oh, they're only down by 9. 6 minutes left. Ooh, they're only down by 7. Fuck. 5 minutes left. Down by 7, 4 minutes, 54 seconds. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Spurs have taken so many bad shots in the second half, begging the Knicks to make them pay. Every single one of these Spurs Knicks games have felt like 2 to 3 games within a game. It's like chess, basketball's like chess. Okay, well, shit, maybe they'll win. Now that would be a vibe shift. Maybe they'll only lose the game Trump was there. Somebody said they're gonna have you in the middle of Times Square like this. They're gonna draw and quarter James Dolan. We now know that Vice President Vance has been deeply involved in Epstein's strategy in this White House cover up. Put his ass in fucking the brig. Fucking hate JD Vance, man. They should draw and quarter that motherfucker. What's the score now? 102.95. So they're down by 7. Ooh. 3.5 minutes left. Shit. Well, I mean, it's like, all these basketball games, it's really only about like the last minute anyway. So, if they win, people will go nuts. That'll be a good thing. So maybe they will come back. Maybe they're just trying to tease us. It is weird to see Mamdani like he's never I don't think we've seen Mamdani like lose his cool yet. And him calling out James Dolan, I don't know, seems a little bit I don't know, like they're getting into a slap fight. He's sort of it feels like he's bringing himself down. He's lowering himself to like fight this guy or something. But if the Knicks lose, it's probably good to just stay home. It was a good night not to go to the watch party. Let me step on the balcony real fast. Maybe I can hear people's reactions. Oh, it did fucking rain. I think I heard somebody clap over there. It's weirdly quiet. Nothing too crazy, I guess. Maybe I'll just stay on till the end of the game. It's time for me to play some basketball. Oh my god, they're only down by 1 point. Holy shit. 104 to 103. I can't believe the whole neighborhood is just going crazy. Now, what if they lose now? They kick back this far. Now they're gonna. I'll bet Ben Stiller is losing his shit. Zoolander's going ape shit. This will be the greatest night in Ben Stiller's life. Maybe I should have gone to the watch party. Oh, I heard somebody clap. Fuck, they're winning. Holy shit. They just went up. My God. Wow. With 1 minute left. That is fucking nuts. That is totally nuts. Listen to that. I can hear people cheering. Fuck you, Trump. Take that, Trump. Fucking suck our dick, Trump. Hell yeah. People are going to go nuts if they win. They'll blow it. They'll fucking blow it. This is New York, motherfucker. It would be nice if they won a fucking game at home, to be honest. I mean, even a bunch of rich people probably will get excited about that. Shit, okay. Well, it's the last minute, so there's it's 38 seconds left. I can only have like 1 point. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy, yo. Keep refreshing. I obviously don't. It used to be amazing. You could just watch sports for free. Anyway, you just turn on your TV, Super Bowl, regular season, whatever. It was just on, NBC, CBS. Now it's like I don't even know. You gotta have a fucking cable subscription. You gotta have Direct TV. You gotta have YouTube fucking premium. This is the real action right here, the real basketball. Okay, they must have been a commercial or something. They gotta milk it for those ad dollars. That's crazy. I mean, that's got to be one of the biggest comebacks ever in the fucking NBA final. Please, God, give these New Yorkers just another reason to be happy. As if we didn't, as if we didn't have enough reasons to be happy living in New York. Come on. Yeah, I think they're on a commercial. What are they saying on Twitter? Let's see what they're saying on fucking Twitter right now. The Nazi app. Let's go on the Nazi app real fast. Oh, God, I should have put money on this. Are they going to beat the spread? What's Uncut Jim's got doing right now? How crazy is it? The New York Knicks have sucked so bad for so long that Uncut Gems was about the Nets. It was about the fucking Brooklyn Nets. That movie should have been about the Knicks. But Kevin Garnett. Oh, pathetic. Yeah, Clavicular's new nose looks like shit, man. He's gonna end up like Michael Jackson. He's gonna get addicted to surgery. Uh-oh. Okay, it's tied with 30 seconds left. It's a real nail biter. Even though I can't actually watch it. Maybe if the refs didn't fuck us over, we'd be winning by even more. Look, I'm a New Yorker, okay? Yeah, I really don't like that they made everybody leave the area around that. Oh, now they're losing. Fuck. Spurs are up by 1. You know, that's why I went last Friday, because it was exciting. It was like someplace to go to like be a part of it. The Commons. But no. They want to privatize the whole fucking thing. You gotta be rich if you want to watch. You gotta pay. You gotta pay. I don't think I've made a single food. Come on, baby. I put my whole life savings on this. I'm gonna end up like Baby Scatino. It's a bust out. Motherfucker, come on. Aesthetic. Uh-oh, 7 seconds left. They're down by 1 point. Oh shit! If they lose by 1 point, fuck. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. They're playing like me right now. 10 seconds left. What, do they put time back on the clock? 5. Shit, come on. I'm hearing sirens. Does that mean they lost? 5 seconds. Come on. Make it happen, baby. Come on, New York. Cue up the fucking Jay-Z, Alicia Keys. Oh my god. Refreshing it on my phone here. Open them again. Ooh, that was a good one. Come on. All we need is 2 points. Just lay it up. Just lay it up. Just a nice little lip. They must have got a commercial. It's kind of interesting. I read somewhere once that horses have such a large electromagnetic field that it regulates the human nervous system. Okay. Is that true? Big if true. Oh, 3 seconds left. Fuck. Oh, shit. They're winning. They're up by 1 point. They must have won. Somebody just screamed. Did you hear that? I think they won because people are going ape shit. You hear that? I think they won. I'm hearing people like scream. Yeah, they won. They had to have. That's crazy, man. Wow. What a roller coaster. They were down by like 30 fucking points. Stuck on that one. Fucking San Antonio. It says there's still 1 second left. Maybe I'm just not getting an update or. It sounds like people are going nuts. Look, I know my YouTube stream is exciting, but settle down. Fuck, maybe I should have gone out. Oh well. Is it over yet or what? This is still saying there's 1 second left. That is crazy, man. They must have played better defense in the second half. It looks like. Yeah, I think they won. My neighbor's going crazy. Imagine the content. There's gonna be so much content tomorrow. Fuck you, Trump. You can't yuck our yum. Listen to that. There's fireworks going off. Thank God. So we won't have to tear the neighborhood down after all. We won't have to draw on quarter James Dolan after all. Literally, people are setting off fucking fireworks. All right. See, people give a fuck, man. James Dolan. Son of a bitch. I can't believe they won, man. That is absolutely crazy, actually. I think they just knew. They knew if the Spurs won, it would cause fucking riots. It's got to be a right. I mean, my phone is not refreshing for some reason, but. Well, gee, isn't it great that Taylor Swift was there front and center to witness it? Isn't that wonderful? And Haim. At least the right people got to be a part of it. Listen to that. People are still fucking cheering. I mean, it almost sounds like we're at the game. I mean, it's over, right? It's got to be over. My shit is not. They won. I cannot fucking believe it. They won. That is wild. gonna shoot my gun off. It's like New Year's Eve. Should bang some pots and pans. The thing is, people were probably not partying all night because they were losing most of the game. So the vibe was probably like shitty until literally like the last half hour or something. That is fucking crazy. Generational throw from the Spurs. What did I just watch? LOLOL. That was some of the dumbest basketball ever played on the national stage. They were winning by 29 points and they lost. Largest comeback in NBA Finals history. That's crazy. So I guess James Dolan, you get to live another day. Wow. Paul Heyman, I think it's time we all recognize the NBA has a great creative team and writers. Wow, what a story. Texas heels rout hometown heroes in the first half of the world's most famous arena, only for babyfaces to perform the greatest comeback ever. My compliments. So Heyman thinks it was fake. We did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. That's what I said last time. Wow. Listen to these animals. It's very quiet back here. No one's really saying shit. Wow. People honking their horns. I'm so tired. Should I go out and participate in this? This moment of euphoria. I'm gonna wait till they win the whole thing. It ain't over yet, you know. So now people think the Spurs are gonna win game 5 and 6 to take it to 7. Well, whoever booked it did a good job. Fuck you, Trump. Take that. You can hear the mopeds. Okay, well, that was fun, wasn't it, everybody? See what they're saying on Twitter.
We did it, everybody. We fucking blew. We greatest comeback ever in sports with NBA Finals. The curse is broken. See, if this was Cleveland, they definitely would have lost. That never would have happened. This was an Ohio team. That's the difference. Ohio, it just would have been another shit sandwich. Okay, sports fans. Wow, what a night. Unbelievable. I thought the point of Twitter was it's supposed to be like up to the minute. All this shit I'm seeing is like an hour ago when they were fucking losing.
Okay, well, you get the point, everybody. We fucking won. We did it again. Greatest comeback in finals history. I think my live stream really had a lot to do with it. You know, refreshing on my phone. Fucking. The updates. Thank you guys for watching. You know, Knicks in 6. What is it? It's 3-1, so I guess it's game 5 coming up next, right? Or is it that right? Or so we'll see. We'll see. There's money to be made. Put your bets down now on Poly Market. Get rich. You know, you're a part of the game. You're part of the winning. You know, it's how you participate. I mean, that's what guys do. They watch sports, they sit on their fucking ass. You know, they watch college football, they watch the NBA, they watch the fucking NFL. There's an untapped revenue stream there. You know, we could be making more money off of all these fucking sports fans sitting on their fat asses. We could just be, evaporating the money out of their pockets. They don't even have to leave their house. They can just do it from the comfort of their own home. You know, why not increase that adrenaline that you get when you're watching your favorite team? In this way, you get to be on the team, sort of. You got skin in the game. That's crazy. Every time something like this happens, I feel like obligated to go out. And you're like, well, it's FOMO, you know. The whole city's probably going nuts. I don't care. It's time to go to bed for me. I'm tired. There's still basketball to be played. It's not over yet. Let me go set off some fucking fireworks. Let's go blow some shit up. Now we watched a bunch of dudes, put a ball into a fucking steel hoop. To be honest, in a certain way, I don't really get the appeal of basketball. It's kind of a stupid game, really. Like, and it's all about height, which, obviously, I don't like that. It's just like institutionalized height shaming. So it's not really for me, to be honest. But I'm more in it just for like the story, for the plot. But I mean, were people drinking the? I mean, like people were probably not having a good time. A lot of people probably turned the game off. Just another part of the legend. People will be telling their kids about this, their grandkids. 26. Our society's going to shit. America's 250th anniversary. They were doing UFC at the fucking White House. And the Knicks had the greatest comeback of all time. I mean, if you're gonna break a curse, this kind of shit kind of has to happen. You kind of have to do shit that like breaks it. You know, you have to do something that's like beyond uh normal performance. So I think they got it. I think the Knicks are going to win this year. I mean, they're up 3-1. If they blow it now, maybe Trump will go back. Trump's going to be at all the games from now on. He's decided to attend to all further NBA Finals games. How fucking hilarious is it going to be when the only game that they lose is the game that Trump is there? Their whole playoff run was like literally flawless, except the one fucking game. Of course, that's how it's going to break down. All right. Well, I'm glad we could experience this together. This fucking moment in sports history. Let me just go out one more time, see if there's anything crazy happening. Okay, so the fucking see, the euphoria has already kind of died down. It's such a, considering people wait their whole fucking year for this shit and like watch the games like religiously. It's just amazing how fast the pleasure kind of wears off. That's what they say about like winning an Oscar. You know, like at the time, it's like, oh my God. But they said within 48 hours, it's like your life is just kind of back to normal. And the emotional high kind of just like dissipates quickly. So it's just a cheap fix. And it's like, I don't know. The fans feel like they have something to do with it because they're like cheering and shit, but it really has nothing to do with us. It's a bunch of millionaires who are fucking 7 feet tall who live in New Jersey. They don't even live in the fucking city. They're not like us. They'd rather play in the European League. Well, what an epic journey this has been. What a night. Let me just check Twitter one more time. Thank you for sharing it with us, sports fans. I mean, fans of my vlogs know that I'm a huge sports fan. You know, I'm a renowned NBA commentator, like Kenny and Shaq and the boys. I've been right there with the Knicks this whole time. Been following it. Just give all the transplants something to be happy about. They're celebrating at the Whole Foods in Bushwick right now. They're dancing in the aisles. More fireworks. All right. Well, they probably at halftime somebody probably called and was like, "Listen, in order to prevent civil unrest, we need you to throw this game. We cannot have the fucking Knicks lose." they will literally burn the city down. We are witnessing the worst collapse of all time. This is an all-time meltdown. The Knicks trailed by 17 points with less than 9 minutes to go. Entering today, teams were 0-96 when trailing by 17 plus points in the final 9 minutes of regulation. The Knicks have just made that 1-96. What a miracle. Oh, look at Jerry Seinfeld. Well, gee, I'm glad that Seinfeld got to experience that. I mean, Chuck D called it. He said it's a long game. You know, it ain't over till it's over. That was one of the greatest basketball games of all time, says Max Kellerman. That was an all-time great game. Holy fuck. What are the Spurs doing? This is the worst choke maybe ever. Nate Silver says New fucking York. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Okay. The Knicks pull off a miracle comeback. That was amazing in every way. Okay. Well, I'm glad I did not watch it, I guess. God, I hate Taylor Swift. When is the Taylor Swift backlash going to happen? Can't believe what we just watched. Speechless. What a fucking game. Oh, here we go. Look at Larry David. Larry David is fucking stoked. And that's David Zaslav next to him. Great. Yikes. The biggest collapse in NBA history. Okay. How are we supposed to get to sleep after this? That's crazy, man. I mean, to be honest, I don't really give a fuck about basketball. You know, I give credit to the Wu-Tang Clan. I think the Wu-Tang Clan went in and performed some kind of like ritual that fixed everything. They were losing before halftime. They came back after halftime. I think the Wu-Tang Clan did some kind of like, you know, magic. They did some kind of healing spell. The Wu-Tang did a timeline cleanse. Damn, that is nuts, man. Fuck. One of the all-time great comebacks in the history of sports, up there with Patriots 28-3 in the Super Bowl. I can't believe what I just saw here tonight in Madison Square Garden. I'm shaking, goosebumps all over. What a magical experience. This is the biggest choke job in sports history, not up for debate. Do you believe in miracles? I think that's the best basketball game ever. Do you agree? Wu Tang may have saved New York. Good for fucking them. One of the craziest sporting events I've ever seen, start to finish. I don't see how the Spurs recover from that, like ever. I mean, they've won a bunch of championships. It's not going to make that much of a fucking difference. Taylor Swift looked wasted. She's basic, dude. She's so basic. OG Ananobi's tip-in will go down in franchise history. It will be remembered as one of the greatest games in New York City sports history. The Garden is on fire. And yet people cannot celebrate outside the fucking arena because of, you know. Okay. People are still fucking cheering outside. Should I go outside and see what the fuck is going on? Ugh. I just hate to feel obligated. This feels like when Obama got elected. It's like you got to go out and, you know, be a part of the big party. That is the greatest rebound of all time. Legitimately. Okay, then. This is Mondani speechless. Let's fucking go. Knicks. Okay, so the guy made a fucking point like at the last second. He tipped the ball in. Wow, that's crazy. There you go. People are already saying Wu Tang Clan have broken Donald Trump's curse on the Knicks. There, yeah, I guess a bunch of people are going to draw that conclusion. Skip Bayless says, "I have never been shocked in my sports watching life. I got chills. It's not the end of the fucking series. It's only the fucking fourth game or whatever." Larry David looks psyched. Here's Sam Morrell putting his fucking FanDuel. Sam Morrell is a fucking plant. He's a perfect example of like this guy should not be famous. This guy fucking blows. All these fucking comedians. Who's the other guy? I don't even know his name. Fucking they all suck. Okay, so they were down by a point with like less than 10 seconds left. They tipped it in. Seinfeld can't believe it. Adam Sandler, all the Jews can't believe it. The rich, famous Jews can't believe it. In the front row. They're stoked. Like they need another fucking thing to be happy about. Like Jerry Seinfeld needs fucking something else to be happy about. Or Adam Sandler, or fucking Larry David, or Ben Stiller. Brian Last says greatest Knicks game ever. He's the co-host of the Cornet podcast. This building is shaking right now. Wow, this guy missed 2 free throws. Yeah. Well, it's quieted down in the neighborhood, so I mean, I'm sure people are fucking going ape shit. I feel like Taylor Swift in these shirts is so like corny. Like that's something you do at like a fucking middle school football game or something. Tonight's historic comeback is the greatest thing I've ever witnessed in Madison Square Garden. Greatest win in New York sports history. I'm not sure about it. They haven't won the fucking championship yet. You know, like if they don't win the championship, it'll be meaningless.
Once again,
New York just keeps winning, winning, winning. The rest of the country's going down the fucking toilet. Apparently, Kirk Herbstreit has an emotional support dog that he takes everywhere with him. It's kind of weird. Well, gee, I'm glad I can fucking see Taylor Swift get to be happy again. Isn't that nice? Dude, fuck sports. I'm gonna be a hater about that too. I mean, fuck sports. Who cares? The fact that Taylor Swift is that psyched about this just makes me like, why is this bitch so into fucking sports? She's marrying a goddamn football player. Yeah, I give credit to a Wu Tang Clan.
Hmm.
Let's see what they're saying on Reddit. Wow, that's crazy, man. Not just the greatest comeback in NBA history, not just the most important Knicks putback of the century, not just one of the great public displays of New York City ness. That was really one of the most fun single hours of my adult life. Get a life. I mean, give me a break. It's a fucking. You had nothing to do with it. You know, fuck these celebrities. I don't want to see them happy. They get to sit right at the court. They're like, fuck off. All they don't have anything to do. All they do is go to fucking basketball games. Like, who cares? All the normal people, you gotta watch from fucking bars and shit. You gotta watch on a fucking Link NYC kiosk. This might end up being the greatest night in Madison Square Garden history. I like that Mike Brown is the coach. He was the he was the coach of the Cavs when LeBron was trying to win. Yay, I'm glad that all these rich, famous, elite people are having such a fucking blast. Good for them. See, like, this is what a city is supposed to be like. It's supposed to be like people out mingling with each other, pinging off each other, interacting with strangers. That's what pedestrian fucking walking cities are like. This feels like this is what it's going to be like when Trump dies. It's going to be like this. Like, fuck Timothy Chalamet. Do I really want to see this guy happy? Like, not really. And Taylor Swift probably just likes Mariska Hargitay because she's on fucking Law and Order SVU, whatever the fuck she's on. I can totally picture Taylor Swift has seen every fucking episode of Law and Order. She probably watches SVU like religiously. The courtside section looks like a who's who of celebrity Zionists / Israel supporters, billionaires, and bandwagoners. Haim's sisters, Scooter Braun, Sydney Sweeney, Kylie Jenner, Taylor Swift, Jerry Seinfeld, Howard Lutnick. I mean, it's just a fucking game. Like, these people are kind of losers, to be honest. Like, who gives a fuck? That's my job. To yuck everybody's yum. Like, where are the black people in the stands? It's just a bunch of fucking dumbass rich white people. Those are the fucking people that like I feel in solidarity with. Those are like the real basketball fans. The dumbest basketball team in the history of civilization, says Charles Barkley. Like, I'm sorry, but Haim, they look inbred. I do not like Haim. Wow, fans climb and smash a yellow cab. Jesus Christ, why? mass arrest in Midtown after Knicks fans light explosive devices. I mean, to be honest, this is pretty typical, right? Anytime a sports like Ohio State, anytime they would win, people would go out, light shit on fire, toss cars over. New Yorkers should be allowed to do that. They do that everywhere. Look at what they do in Philadelphia. Same, they do this everywhere. They destroy property. That's what winning is about. Yeah, the worst part is like Taylor Swift is going to get like more attention and credit for this.